Hey Night Owls, welcome back. Tonight we're cracking open one of the most toxic mother-son relationships in royal history. And trust me, when your mom happens to rule the largest empire on earth, that toxicity hits different. Queen Victoria. The grandmother of Europe. The woman who gave her name to an entire era. Yeah, that Victorian lady absolutely despised her eldest son for decades. And the reason? It's messier and darker than anything you'd find in a modern reality show. Before we dive into this royal disaster, hit that like button if you're ready for some serious tea from 1860s Britain, and drop a comment. Where in the world are you watching from right now? I love seeing who's joining me for these late-night deep dives into history's most dysfunctional families. So dim those lights, get comfortable, and prepare yourself for a story about grief, guilt, and a mother who literally told people she couldn't look at her own teenage son without shuddering. This is the untold story of how one man's death destroyed a family and created a king. Let's get into it. So let's start at the beginning, back when things were actually good. Back when Victoria was head over heels, absolutely obsessed with her husband in a way that would make modern couples look emotionally distant by comparison. We're talking about a love story that started in 1840 and burned so intensely for 22 years that when it ended it basically broke the Queen's brain. But we'll get to that later. Picture this. Victoria is 18 years old, freshly crowned, and she's got the whole world watching her every move. The British Empire is expanding faster than you can say colonialism, and this teenage girl is suddenly in charge of it all. Naturally, everyone's expecting her to marry some prince and start pumping out heirs, because that's what queens do, right? The thing is, Victoria wasn't particularly enthusiastic about the whole marriage concept initially. She liked being in charge. She liked making her own decisions. The idea of some husband coming in and taking over didn't exactly thrill her. Enter Prince Albert of Saxe, Coburg and Gotha. Now, Albert wasn't some random prince they pulled off the street. He was actually Victoria's first cousin, which in royal circles was considered practically unrelated. European royalty had a family tree that looked more like a family wreath at this point, so cousin marriages were just Tuesday. Albert showed up at Windsor Castle in October 1839, and Victoria took one look at this guy and basically lost her entire mind. She described him in her diary as having such beautiful blue eyes, an exquisite nose, and such a pretty mouth with delicate mustachios and slight but very slight whiskers. Girl was down bad, as the kids say. Within 5 days people, Victoria proposed to him, because she was the queen, and that's how it worked. The man couldn't propose to her, she had to do it, and she did. Probably while trying not to hyperventilate. Albert said yes, obviously, because turning down the Queen of England wasn't really an option, unless you enjoyed being exiled to obscurity. They got married in February 1840, and this is where things get interesting. Because Victoria didn't just love Albert in a normal, oh, that's my husband, he's nice kind of way. She was absolutely, completely, almost disturbingly dependent on this man for everything. And I mean everything. We're talking about a woman who ran the largest empire in the world, who had prime ministers and generals and advisors at her beck and call, and she couldn't pick out a dress without Albert's input. State papers? Albert reviewed them first and told her what to think. Foreign policy decisions? Albert drafted the responses. Domestic issues? Albert had opinions and Victoria adopted them as her own. The man essentially became her private secretary, her chief advisor, her fashion consultant, her interior decorator, and her emotional support human all rolled into one. Which sounds romantic until you realise that Victoria literally could not function without him. She'd have what we'd probably call anxiety attacks today if Albert disagreed with her or seemed distant. The woman once threw a tantrum because Albert suggested she was being unreasonable about something, threw her wedding ring at him, locked herself in her room, the whole dramatic production. Their fights were legendary, by the way. Not in a cute we bicker playfully way, but in a servants could hear screaming from 3 rooms away kind of way. Victoria had a temper that could melt steel, inherited from her Hanoverian ancestors who were not exactly known for their emotional stability. Her grandfather King George III had gone famously mad, talking to trees and thinking he was married to Lady Pembroke, while his actual wife stood right there. So Victoria had some genetic predisposition to intense emotions, let's say. But here's the thing. After every fight they'd reconcile, and Victoria would be more devoted to Albert than ever. It was this volatile cycle of passion and conflict that somehow worked for them. Albert would write her notes explaining why she was wrong. She'd eventually accept his judgment, and they'd make up. usually by having another child, which brings us to a rather important part of this story. Because Victoria and Albert were very, very productive in the air-making department. Between 1840 and 1857, Victoria had 9 children. 9. That's basically one kid every other year for 17 years. And here's where we need to talk about something that Victorian society definitely did not talk about. Victoria absolutely hated being pregnant. Now, this wasn't exactly something a queen could just announce publicly. You were supposed to be thrilled about motherhood, glowing with maternal joy, all that wholesome imagery. But Victoria's private letters and diary entries tell a very different story. She called pregnancy the shadow side of marriage. She described the condition as making her feel more like a dog or cow than a human being. When she looked at newborn babies, including her own, she thought they resembled frogs or small animals, definitely not the angels that everyone else claimed to see. This wasn't postpartum depression, by the way, though Victoria probably experienced plenty of that too, given the circumstances. This was just her fundamental attitude toward the entire process of reproduction. She found it undignified, uncomfortable, and absolutely exhausting. Which, fair enough. She was running an empire while dealing with morning sickness, swollen ankles, and the complete lack of maternity leave that came with being queen. You couldn't exactly call in sick when you were literally the head of state. The Victorian era had this whole cult of motherhood thing going on, where women were supposed to find their ultimate fulfillment in bearing and raising children. Magazines and books were full of rapturous descriptions of maternal bliss. The perfect woman was gentle, nurturing, self-sacrificing, and absolutely lived for her children's happiness. Victoria read all this stuff, obviously, and she must have wondered if there was something wrong with her because she felt exactly none of those things. She once wrote to her eldest daughter, also named Victoria, because royal naming conventions were about as creative as naming all your children Junior, that she found babies ugly and that she had no enthusiasm about babies. This was after having 9 of them, mind you. She wasn't speaking from inexperience here. She told her daughter that she'd never felt any maternal tenderness or affection toward infants, though she did eventually warm up to her children once they could hold conversations and weren't constantly leaking various fluids. Part of this attitude came from Victoria's spectacular ignorance about reproduction when she first got married. Despite being queen, despite having access to the best education available to women at the time, Victoria was shockingly naive about the mechanics of sex and pregnancy. Her mother and governess had kept her sheltered from any information about such matters, because Victorian propriety meant that proper ladies weren't supposed to know anything about reproduction until their wedding night. At which point they were supposed to figure it out real quick, apparently. So Victoria went into marriage with Albert having only the vaguest idea of what was about to happen, which meant that her first pregnancy came as something of a shock. She'd been married for about 5 minutes, actually a few months, when she realised she was expecting, and she was not thrilled. She complained about feeling trapped by biology, about losing control of her own body, about the sheer unfairness of women having to deal with this while men got to just carry on with their lives unchanged. Albert, for his part, seemed genuinely excited about becoming a father, which probably made Victoria even more irritated. Here she was, feeling awful, unable to ride horses or dance or do any of the activities she enjoyed, while Albert went about his business looking forward to the baby. The dynamic of pregnancy, where one person's body is completely taken over by the process while the other person just waits, was not lost on Victoria, and she resented it. Her first child, a daughter named Victoria, really pushing those creative naming skills, was born in November 1840. The birth was apparently quite difficult, lasting many hours, with Victoria in significant pain. Victorian medicine being what it was, there wasn't much they could do to help. Pain relief during childbirth was considered improper because of some biblical nonsense about women being cursed to bear children in pain, as punishment for Eve's actions in the Garden of Eden. So Victoria just had to suffer through it while doctors and midwives stood around being approximately as useful as decorative furniture. After that first experience, you'd think Victoria might have decided to space out her pregnancies, take a break, maybe give her body time to recover. But that's not how it worked. Birth control as we know it didn't really exist. The rhythm method was unreliable and required more knowledge about female biology than most people had. Barrier methods existed but were considered improper for married couples. Those were for prostitutes and mistresses, not respectable wives. So Victoria and Albert, having a normal marital relationship, just kept having children whether Victoria wanted them or not. And let's be clear, she did not want them. After the birth of her second child, Prince Edward, the future problem child we're going to spend a lot of time discussing, Victoria wrote about her disappointment that the baby was a boy but ugly. Yes, she called her newborn son ugly. She also said he looked enormous and that she found the whole thing distressing. This was her heir, the future King of England, and Victoria's first reaction was basically, ugh. By the time she was pregnant with her third child, Victoria was openly complaining in letters about being furious at her condition. She described pregnancy as miserable and said she felt like she was being treated like a breeding animal rather than a human being, which honestly wasn't that far from the truth in terms of how society viewed royal women. Your job was to produce heirs and spares, preferably males, and your personal feelings about the process were completely irrelevant. The funny thing is, Victoria actually loved Albert's company. She was obsessed with him, couldn't stand to be away from him, wanted to spend all her time with him, but apparently she hadn't quite connected that spending all her time with him in a Victorian marriage was going to result in constant pregnancies. Or maybe she had connected it and just thought it was profoundly unfair, which it kind of was. By pregnancy number 4, Victoria had discovered chloroform, and it was like someone had handed her the keys to the kingdom. When she gave birth to her 8th child, Prince Leopold, in 1853, she used chloroform as pain relief, and it was revolutionary. The royal doctors were nervous about it. There were concerns about the safety, about propriety, about whether it was right to interfere with natural childbirth. But Victoria basically told them to shut up and give her the good drugs, because she was done with the whole suffering in silence approach. Her use of chloroform actually helped legitimize pain relief during childbirth for other women. If the Queen could use it, then it wasn't improper, it wasn't ungodly, it was just common sense. So in a weird way, Victoria's hatred of pregnancy actually helped advance women's medical care. Though she probably would have preferred to just not be pregnant in the first place. As the pregnancies continued, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Victoria's resentment grew, not toward Albert directly, but toward the situation. She felt trapped by biology in a way that men never experienced. She saw Albert going about his work, his projects, his interests, while she was stuck dealing with morning sickness and back pain and the general misery of carrying another human. And after each birth there was the recovery period, the breastfeeding debate. Victoria didn't breastfeed her children, which was actually unusual for the time, but she hired wet nurses because she found the whole concept distasteful, and then barely. Any time before she was pregnant again? The exhaustion was real and accumulating. 9 pregnancies in 17 years takes a toll on anyone's body, but Victoria was also running a country during this time. She was meeting with ministers, reviewing documents, making decisions that affected millions of people across the globe, all while dealing with the physical demands of constant pregnancy and childbirth. No wonder she was exhausted. And here's where Albert becomes even more central to the story. Because as Victoria's pregnancies wore her down, she became even more dependent on him. He took on more of her official duties when she was unable to fulfill them. He managed the household, dealt with the children, handled correspondence, advised on policy. Albert essentially became the functional monarch while Victoria was the ceremonial one, and this arrangement worked for them because Victoria trusted him completely. She'd write him notes like, "You are my whole existence, and I live only for you." This wasn't just romantic hyperbole, she genuinely meant it. Albert was her entire support system, her only real emotional connection, her source of stability in what she experienced as a chaotic and demanding life. She'd had a lonely childhood with an overbearing mother and a controlling advisor, and Albert was the first person who seemed to genuinely care about her welfare rather than just her crown. So picture the dynamic here. Victoria, exhausted from constant childbearing, increasingly dependent on Albert for everything from state decisions to personal validation, while Albert takes on more and more responsibility for running the empire. He's essentially Prime Minister, Private Secretary, father and husband all at once, and he's good at it by all accounts. Albert was intelligent, hard-working and dedicated to modernising Britain. He organised the Great Exhibition of 1851, reformed the royal household, promoted education and the arts, and generally tried to make Victorian Britain less backward in various ways. But this setup meant that Victoria's entire world revolved around one man. Her happiness, her ability to function, her sense of self-worth, all of it depended on Albert being there, being supportive, being the person she could lean on. And when you build your entire existence around one person, you're setting yourself up for a spectacular collapse if anything happens to that person. Which brings us to a crucial question. What about the children in all this? Well, Victoria's feelings about them were complicated, to put it mildly. She didn't hate her children exactly, but she didn't particularly enjoy them either, especially when they were young. She found babies boring and toddlers annoying. She thought young children were loud, messy, and generally tiresome. They demanded attention and energy that she would have preferred to spend on Albert, or on her own interests. Victoria's parenting style, if we can call it that, was mostly to delegate. She hired nurses, governesses, and tutors to handle the actual raising of her children. She'd see them for brief periods each day, usually after they'd been cleaned up and made presentable, and then they'd be whisked away again. This was pretty standard for upper-class parenting at the time. You weren't supposed to be overly involved with your children's daily care. That's what servants were for, but Victoria took it further than most. She actively avoided spending time with her young children. She found them exhausting and preferred adult company, specifically Albert's company. The kids were sort of like background characters in Victoria and Albert's intense two-person drama. They existed, they were important for dynastic reasons, but they weren't really central to Victoria's emotional life, except when they disappointed her. Then suddenly she paid attention. And unfortunately for Edward, the Prince of Wales, the future king, the eldest son, he disappointed her pretty much from the moment he was born. He wasn't as beautiful as Albert. He didn't learn as quickly as his older sister Victoria. He was clumsy and struggled with his studies. He was, in Victoria's eyes, not the brilliant heir that she'd expected to produce with Albert. This is where the trouble really started, though nobody knew it yet. Because Victoria's disappointment in Edward, her fundamental lack of maternal warmth toward him, her tendency to compare him unfavourably to Albert, all of this was laying the groundwork for a relationship that would eventually become toxic beyond repair. But in these early years, it just seemed like typical royal family dysfunction. Nothing unusual, nothing that would eventually tear the family apart. Albert tried to compensate for Victoria's coldness toward the children, especially toward Edward. He took an active interest in their education, particularly their moral and intellectual development. Albert had grand visions of raising perfect children who would be models of virtue and intelligence. He believed that proper education and discipline could shape anyone into an ideal person, regardless of their natural inclinations. This belief would prove to be spectacularly wrong, but Albert didn't know that yet. He was full of optimism about creating the perfect royal heir, someone who would combine the best of British tradition with modern enlightened thinking. Someone who would be nothing like the debauched, irresponsible royals of previous generations, the wasteful, gambling, womanizing princes who had embarrassed the monarchy throughout the Georgian era. So Albert designed a rigorous educational program for Edward, and by rigorous, I mean absolutely brutal by modern standards, which we'll get into more later. But the point is that Albert was trying to be a good father in the way he understood it, through education, discipline, and moral instruction. Victoria, meanwhile, was trying to be a good mother by staying out of the way and letting Albert handle it, which was basically her approach to anything involving the children. As the children grew, Victoria did develop some affection for them, but it was always conditional. She liked them when they were well-behaved, accomplished, and didn't demand too much of her attention. She found them tiresome when they were needy, emotional, or troublesome, and she consistently preferred Albert's company to theirs. The children learned early that they were competing with each other for scraps of their mother's attention, and that their father Albert was really the only reliable source of parental warmth in the household. This dynamic might have been sustainable indefinitely. Plenty of royal families functioned just fine with distant mothers and rigid fathers. The children would have grown up, married well, and taken their places in the vast network of European royalty that Victoria and Albert were carefully weaving through strategic marriages. Edward would have eventually become king, probably with some resentment toward his parents, but nothing catastrophic. But sustainability required one crucial element: Albert staying alive. Because Victoria's entire system, her emotional regulation, her ability to function, her parenting approach, everything, depended on Albert being there to hold it all together. She'd built her life as a dependent structure with Albert as the foundation, and if you remove the foundation, the whole thing collapses, and that's exactly what was about to happen. But before we get to the disaster, and trust me, we're going to spend plenty of time in that disaster, we need to understand just how intense Victoria's dependence on Albert had become by 1861, 21 years into their marriage. This wasn't a woman who would be sad when her husband died. This wasn't a normal widow's grief waiting to happen. This was complete psychological fusion between two people, where one of them had essentially stopped existing as a fully independent person. Victoria couldn't make decisions without Albert. She couldn't handle stress without Albert. She couldn't face challenges without Albert. She'd become so accustomed to deferring to his judgment, so used to having him manage her emotions and her duties, that she'd lost the ability to function autonomously. It was like emotional and intellectual atrophy, a muscle she'd simply stopped using. And the cruel irony is that Albert had enabled this dependence. He'd taken on more and more responsibility, made himself indispensable, created a system where Victoria couldn't function without him. Maybe he liked being needed. Maybe he thought he was helping. Maybe he didn't realize what he was creating. But the end result was that Victoria in 1861 was far more dependent on Albert than Victoria in 1840 had been, and she'd been pretty obsessed with him from the start. The children, meanwhile, were growing up in this household where their mother was emotionally absent and their father was overwhelmed with work. The older ones were starting to marry off to various European royals. The younger ones were still trapped in the rigid educational system that Albert had designed. And Edward, the heir, the eldest son, was turning into exactly the kind of person that Victoria and Albert had tried so hard to prevent him from becoming. He was charming but not particularly bright. He loved parties and society and having fun, all the things his parents considered frivolous. He struggled academically despite years of intensive tutoring. He was popular with people outside the family but couldn't seem to win his mother's approval no matter what he did. And he was starting to show interest in women, which for a 19-year-old prince was perfectly normal, but which would turn out to be absolutely catastrophic. Because in 1861, Edward was going to make a mistake. A relatively minor mistake by the standards of young princes throughout history. The kind of mistake that should have resulted in a stern lecture and maybe some gossip among the aristocracy. But this mistake was going to happen at exactly the wrong moment, and it was going to intersect with exactly the wrong set of circumstances, and the result was going to destroy this family in ways that nobody could have predicted. Victoria had built her entire world around Albert. She'd had 9 children she didn't particularly want, because that's what happened when you had a normal marital relationship in the 19th century, without reliable birth control. She'd exhausted herself physically and emotionally trying to be a queen and a mother simultaneously. She delegated the actual parenting to Albert because that's what worked for their relationship. And now all of that was about to come crashing down because of one teenage boy's bad decision and one rainy trip to Cambridge. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, we need to watch it all fall apart. We need to see what happens when the person you've built your entire existence around suddenly isn't there anymore. We need to understand the complete psychological breakdown that's coming. Because Victoria's grief, when it arrived, wasn't going to be normal widow's grief. It was going to be the grief of someone who'd lost not just a husband, but their entire sense of self, their ability to function, their reason for existing. And that kind of grief doesn't just make you sad. It makes you look for someone to blame. It makes you lash out at whoever's nearest. It makes you do things that, in retrospect, seem cruel and irrational. And the person who was going to bear the brunt of Victoria's grief-fueled rage? Her eldest son. The boy who'd disappointed her since birth. The heir she'd never particularly wanted. The teenager who was about to commit the sin that Victoria would blame for destroying her perfect life. But we're not there yet. Right now, in early 1861, the family is still intact. Dysfunctional, yes. Codependent, absolutely. Built on an unsustainable foundation of one person holding everything together? Without question. But still intact. Still functioning after a fashion. Still believable as a family that might muddle through despite its problems. Albert is exhausted. He's 41 years old and he's been working himself to death for 2 decades trying to be everything to everyone. Husband, advisor, father, reformer, modernizer. He's tired, he's stressed, his health isn't great. But he keeps going because that's what he does. That's what he's always done. Someone has to hold this family together, and it's not going to be Victoria, so it has to be him. Victoria is also exhausted. She's 42 years old and she's been pregnant for what feels like half her adult life. She's run an empire while dealing with morning sickness and back pain. She's given birth 9 times, recovering from each before being pregnant again. She's dealt with the constant pressure of being queen, of making decisions that affect millions of people, all while feeling fundamentally unsupported by everyone except Albert. The children are scattered, some married off, some still at home, all of them dealing with the emotional aftermath of being raised by a mother who didn't particularly want them, and a father who was too busy and too rigid to provide real warmth. They're functional, they'll survive, some of them will even thrive eventually, but none of them are going to look back on their childhood with fond nostalgia. And Edward, the heir, is at Cambridge University, supposedly getting an education, but mostly just trying to figure out who he is outside of his parents' crushing expectations. He's 19 years old. He's never been allowed to make his own decisions. He's been controlled and monitored and judged his entire life, and he's about to do something that will change everything. Not because what he does is particularly terrible, but because of when he does it, because of who finds out, because of what happens next. Because sometimes in families, one small event can be the thing that exposes all the cracks that were always there, and suddenly the whole structure comes tumbling down. We're standing on the edge of that moment. The moment when everything that was barely holding together stops holding together at all. The moment when Victoria's dependence on Albert stops being just unhealthy and starts being catastrophic. The moment when a mother's disappointment in her son transforms into something much darker and more destructive. But that moment hasn't happened yet. Right now, everyone's still going through the motions. Still pretending that this family dynamic is sustainable. Still believing that tomorrow will be basically like today, that next year will be basically like this year, that nothing fundamental is about to change. They're wrong, obviously. Everything's about to change, but they don't know that yet, and maybe it's better that they don't. Let's talk about Edward, or as his family called him, Bertie. The boy who couldn't win no matter what he did, starting from the moment he entered the world on November 9th, 1841. Victoria's second pregnancy had been, unsurprisingly, just as miserable as her first. She'd barely recovered from giving birth to her daughter Victoria, nicknamed Vicky, because having 2 Victorias in the house wasn't confusing enough apparently, when she found herself pregnant again. The timing was not what she would have chosen, given that she'd just spent 9 months being uncomfortable, and then several hours in excruciating pain. But 19th century birth control being what it was, her preferences were largely irrelevant. This time, though, there was extra pressure. Because while having a daughter first was fine, Victoria needed a son, an heir, someone to carry on the line. The British monarchy had spent centuries obsessing over male heirs. It's basically the only thing Henry VIII is famous for, aside from the whole serial wife-murdering thing, and Victoria was expected to produce one sooner rather than later. So when she went into labour on that November evening, everyone was hoping for a boy. Victoria was hoping for a boy, though she was also hoping the whole ordeal would be over quickly, so she could get back to being not pregnant. Albert was hoping for a boy, naturally. The court was hoping for a boy. The entire British establishment was basically crossing its collective fingers, and they got one. A son. The future King Edward VII, though obviously nobody called him that yet. They called him Albert Edward, Albert after his father, Edward after Victoria's father who died before she was born. The kid was going to carry around both names his entire life, which seems excessive, but royalty has never been known for its restraint when it comes to naming conventions. The announcement went out. Her Majesty has been safely delivered of a prince. Celebrations erupted across Britain. Cannons fired in salute. Church bells rang. People who'd never met Victoria and never would throw parties in honour of this baby they'd also never meet. It was a whole thing. The continuation of the royal line was secure. The succession was established. Everything was perfect. Except Victoria took one look at her newborn son and thought, well, that's disappointing. Now, to be fair to newborn Bertie, all babies look a bit strange right after birth. They're usually red, wrinkled, and somewhat alarming in appearance. The whole bouncing baby aesthetic takes a few weeks to develop. But Victoria, who already thought babies looked like frogs under the best circumstances, was particularly unimpressed by her son. She described him as wonderfully large and strong, but also noted, and this is important, that he had a large nose and a large mouth. These were not compliments. Victoria was fixated on physical appearance in a way that would require serious therapy in the modern era, and she'd already decided that large noses and large mouths were unattractive features. Where did she get this idea? from looking in the mirror. See, Victoria had some serious insecurities about her own appearance. She was short, barely 5 feet tall in an era when that was short even for women. She had what she considered a too prominent nose. She thought her mouth was too wide. She looked at herself and saw flaws, which is tragically relatable, except that Victoria then projected all these insecurities onto her children and made it their problem. Albert, on the other hand, was apparently the pinnacle of human beauty in Victoria's eyes. Tall, fine-featured, elegant, perfect in every way. Never mind that beauty is subjective and cultural, and Albert probably looked like a regular German prince to most objective observers. To Victoria, he was Adonis incarnate. And she'd been hoping, expecting, really, that her children would inherit Albert's features and none of hers. Little Vicky, the older daughter, had gotten lucky in this genetic lottery. She looked like Albert, or at least Victoria convinced herself she did. Small features, delicate appearance, everything Victoria wanted to see. But Bertie looked like Victoria, and Victoria could not forgive him for it. As the baby grew into a toddler, Victoria's disappointment only intensified. Bertie wasn't just not beautiful by her standards, he was actively resembling the features she hated about herself. Every time she looked at him, she saw her own nose, her own mouth, her own stocky build developing. It was like looking in a mirror that talked back and needed its diaper changed, and she found the whole experience deeply unpleasant. She wrote letters complaining about Bertie's appearance to various relatives. She compared him unfavourably to Vicky, who remained the golden child purely by virtue of looking like Albert. She mentioned his large features and worried about how he would look as an adult. This is about a toddler, mind you. A small child who had no control over his genetics and certainly no idea that his mother was writing letters to half of Europe discussing his physical flaws. The modern equivalent would be a mother posting on social media about which of her children is prettier, except Victoria was doing this in private correspondence with family members who absolutely would have judged her for it if they'd had modern sensibilities. But they didn't, so mostly people just nodded along and agreed that yes, little Bertie was rather sturdy looking, wasn't he? Beyond appearance, there were other early signs that Bertie wasn't going to be the son Victoria and Albert had envisioned. He was energetic, which they interpreted as hyperactive. He was sociable and friendly, which they interpreted as attention-seeking. He struggled to sit still during lessons, which they interpreted as lazy and undisciplined. Looking back with modern knowledge, there's a decent chance Bertie had what we'd now call a DHD. The signs are all there: difficulty focusing, impulsive behaviour, struggling with academic tasks that required sustained attention, being easily distracted, physical restlessness. But Victorian psychology hadn't invented ADHD yet. They just called it bad character, and assumed it could be beaten out of a child with sufficient effort. And they were going to try. Oh boy, were they going to try. But before we get to the educational torture that was Bertie's childhood, let's talk more about the comparison between him and Vicky, because this dynamic shaped everything that came after. Vicky was brilliant. Or at least she appeared brilliant, which in a royal child amounts to the same thing. She learned quickly, spoke eloquently, and showed interest in all the subjects that Victoria and Albert valued. She was also, conveniently, a girl, which meant she didn't have the pressure of being the heir. She could just be impressive without having to carry the weight of future kingship on her tiny shoulders. Bertie, on the other hand, was the heir. The future king. The person who would eventually rule the British Empire, which at this point was rapidly becoming the largest empire in human history. No pressure or anything. And from essentially the moment he could walk and talk, he was being compared to his older sister and found wanting. Why can't you be more like your sister? Is a question that has ruined countless childhoods throughout history, and Bertie heard some version of it constantly. Vicky picks up languages easily. Why can't you? Vicky sits quietly through her lessons. Why can't you? Vicky shows proper gratitude and respect. Why can't you? The answer, which nobody wanted to hear, was that Bertie was a different person with different aptitudes and probably different neurological wiring, but that kind of understanding was about a century away from being mainstream. Albert, to his credit, tried to be patient with Bertie. He designed educational programs, he hired tutors, he created schedules and curricula and detailed plans for how to shape this boy into a proper king. The problem was that Albert's approach to education was essentially throw information at the child until it sticks, which works great for children who naturally absorb information and absolutely fails for children who need different teaching. Methods. Victoria, meanwhile, wasn't patient with Bertie at all. She looked at him and saw failure. She saw her own genes manifesting in a male heir, which felt like some kind of cosmic joke at her expense. She'd produced 9 children. 9! And the one who was most important, the one who actually mattered for the succession, was the one who looked like her and acted nothing like Albert. The unfairness of it consumed her. By the time Bertie was 3 or 4 years old, the pattern was set. Victoria found him irritating. His energy annoyed her. His struggles with lessons frustrated her. His appearance disappointed her. And kids pick up on this stuff, obviously. Bertie knew his mother didn't like him. He knew his sister was the favourite. He knew he was failing at something, though he couldn't quite understand what or why. This is where we need to talk about Victorian ideas of child development, which were spectacularly bad even by the low standards of historical child-rearing practices. The Victorians believed that children were essentially born as blank slates that could be written on through proper instruction and discipline. There was no concept of innate personality or different learning styles or psychological development. You just had to teach correctly and discipline firmly enough, and any child could become whatever you wanted them to be. This belief was especially strong in Albert, who was deeply influenced by Enlightenment ideas about reason and improvement. He genuinely thought that with the right education, Bertie could become a philosopher king, a modern monarch who combined intellectual brilliance with moral virtue. The fact that Bertie showed no signs of becoming this person didn't dissuade Albert. It just meant they needed to try harder, push more, demand better. So they did. And Bertie's childhood became a grinding exercise in trying to force a square peg into a round hole, while the square peg slowly developed anxiety and the hole remained stubbornly round. The daily schedule they created for Bertie was intense even by Victorian standards. He woke at 7 in the morning and immediately began lessons. Academic instruction went until lunchtime with only brief breaks. After lunch, more lessons. Languages, mathematics, history, geography, science, literature. The boy was supposed to master everything. Then there were additional lessons in deportment, dancing, riding, and other skills considered necessary for a prince. Bertie was essentially working a full-time job by the age of 6. No, actually more than a full-time job. He was working what we'd now recognise as an absolutely brutal schedule that would violate modern child labour laws in about 17 different ways. And he was bad at most of it, not because he was stupid, but because he was a kid with probable ADHD being forced through an educational system designed for focused academic children. The tutors reported back to Albert regularly, and their reports were not encouraging. Bertie is distracted. Bertie doesn't apply himself. Bertie forgets what he learned yesterday. Bertie would rather play than study. All of which translates to this child has the attention span and priorities of a normal child. But Albert and Victoria interpreted it as moral failure. Victoria's response was to become even more critical. She wrote that Bertie caused her constant anxiety, and that she found him backward and difficult. She complained that he lacked the intelligence and application that she saw in Vicky. She worried publicly, well, as publicly as royal correspondence allowed, about whether he would be capable of ruling when the time came. Imagine being a small child and knowing that your mother, the Queen of England, is writing letters to relatives across Europe, expressing doubt about your fundamental capabilities. Imagine knowing that every time you struggle with a lesson or get distracted or just act like a kid, it's being recorded and reported and discussed as evidence of your inadequacy. The psychological damage this would cause is almost incalculable. And the thing is, Bertie wasn't stupid. Multiple accounts from people outside the immediate family noted that he was charming, quick-witted in conversation, and good with people. He had emotional intelligence, which is a real form of intelligence even if it doesn't show up on academic tests. He could read social situations, remember faces and names, make people feel comfortable. These are valuable skills, especially for a monarch who needs to represent their country and manage relationships with other leaders. But Victoria and Albert didn't value these skills. They wanted a scholar king, not a social one. They wanted someone who could discuss philosophy and science, not someone who excelled at small talk and remembering personal details about minor nobles. So Bertie's actual talents were dismissed as frivolous, while his academic struggles were treated as catastrophic character flaws. The comparison with Vicky continued throughout their childhood and made everything worse. Vicky was being groomed to marry into German royalty, She'd eventually become the Crown Princess of Prussia, and she was exactly what her parents wanted. Intelligent, serious, interested in improving the world through proper German systematic thinking. She and Albert would have long conversations about politics and philosophy. Victoria doted on her in a way she never did with Bertie, and Vicky, to her credit, tried to be kind to her younger brother. She wasn't cruel or dismissive toward him, despite having every incentive to embrace her status as the favourite. But the very existence of the comparison was damaging. Bertie could never escape it. Every achievement by Vicky was implicitly a reminder of his failures. Every compliment she received was a rebuke to him. The physical discipline was also a factor, though Victoria and Albert were actually somewhat restrained compared to standard Victorian practice. They believed in corporal punishment as a necessary tool for shaping character, but they weren't sadistic about it. The problem was more psychological than physical. It was the constant message that Bertie was disappointing, was failing, was not good enough, and might never be good enough no matter how hard he tried. There's a particular cruelty in that kind of conditional approval where the conditions can never actually be met. If someone tells you jump higher, and you jump as high as you physically can, and they say not high enough, eventually you stop trying to jump at all. That's basically what was happening to Bertie. He was developmentally and temperamentally incapable of being what his parents wanted, but nobody was willing to adjust expectations to match reality. Instead, the expectations just got more intense. Albert became increasingly involved in micromanaging Bertie's education, convinced that the right system, the right tutor, the right approach would finally unlock the boy's potential. He created elaborate schedules. He wrote detailed instructions to tutors. He monitored progress obsessively, and Bertie just continued to be himself. Charming but unfocused, sociable but not scholarly, good with people, bad with books. Victoria's reaction was to essentially give up on Bertie emotionally while maintaining her criticism. She didn't spend time with him if she could avoid it. She didn't offer encouragement or affection. She just periodically reviewed his progress, found it lacking, and expressed her disappointment to anyone who would listen. It was emotional neglect wrapped in the veneer of high expectations, which is possibly the worst combination for a child's psychological development. By the time Bertie was in his early teens, the dynamic was fully established. He knew his mother didn't love him, or at least didn't like him. He knew he was a disappointment. He knew he would never measure up to Vicky or meet Albert's standards. And he was starting to develop coping mechanisms that would define his adult life, seeking approval from people outside his family, enjoying social activities that his parents considered frivolous, basically becoming exactly the kind of person his parents had tried to prevent him from becoming. There's a certain irony in how parenting works sometimes. Victoria and Albert wanted to create a serious, scholarly, morally upright king. So they subjected Bertie to a harsh educational regime, constant criticism, and emotional coldness. And what they created instead was someone who associated learning with misery, sought pleasure in social activities, and developed a deep need for external validation. Essentially, they guaranteed that Bertie would become a party-loving, people-pleasing prince more interested in society than scholarship. The failure here wasn't Bertie's, it was theirs, but they could never see it that way. In their worldview, children were mouldable clay that could be shaped into whatever form you wanted with sufficient effort. If Bertie wasn't turning into the ideal heir, it meant he was defective clay, not that their approach to moulding was fundamentally flawed. And this is where we need to understand something crucial about Victoria's relationship with Bertie. It wasn't just disappointment, it was personal, in a way that's hard to articulate but deeply damaging. Every time she looked at him, she saw her own physical features, the ones she hated. Every time he failed academically, it confirmed her fear that her genes were inferior to Albert's. Every time he showed more interest in parties than philosophy, it reminded her that she'd spent 9 pregnancies producing children who weren't living up to their potential. Bertie represented Victoria's failure as a mother, as a wife, as a woman. He was physical evidence that she wasn't perfect, that she couldn't produce perfect children, that even with Albert's superior genes involved, her inferior ones could still dominate. It's completely irrational thinking, obviously. Genetics doesn't work that way, and physical appearance has nothing to do with character or capability. But Victoria wasn't thinking rationally about any of this. She was thinking emotionally, and her emotions about Bertie were deeply, fundamentally negative. This is important to understand because when we get to the events of 1861, Victoria's reaction isn't going to make logical sense. It's going to seem like a massive overreaction to a relatively minor incident. But it will make emotional sense once you understand that Victoria had been primed to see Bertie as a disappointment, a failure, and a source of personal shame for his entire life. She was already looking for reasons to be angry with him. She just needed a trigger. The other children in the family watched all this play out, of course. They saw how their mother treated Bertie versus how she treated Vicky. They learned that parental love was conditional, that approval had to be earned, that failure would not be forgiven. Some of them, like Vicky, tried to maintain good relationships with both parents and their siblings. Others, like Princess Alice, the third child, would eventually push back against Victoria's control. But in these early years, they mostly just absorbed the family dynamics and learned to navigate them as best they could. Bertie, meanwhile, was learning to navigate them by becoming someone his parents didn't recognize and wouldn't have wanted. He was charming in ways that didn't impress his serious-minded parents. He was interested in fashion and society and having fun, all things Victoria and Albert associated with the old corrupt monarchy they were trying to move beyond. He was developing expensive tastes and a love of luxury that would cause problems later. But he was also developing empathy. Growing up as the family disappointment gave Bertie a kind of understanding for other people who didn't fit in or meet expectations. He would become known, later in life, for his kindness to social outsiders and his relative lack of prejudice compared to other royals. The hurt he experienced made him less likely to hurt others in the same way, which is probably the only good thing that came out of his miserable childhood. None of this made Victoria like him any better, obviously. If anything, his emotional intelligence just seemed like another way he wasn't like Albert, who valued reason over feeling and intellectual achievement over social grace. The better Bertie got at the things he was naturally good at, the more he diverged from the ideal his parents had created, and the more disappointed they became. By his late teens, Bertie had essentially given up on winning his parents' approval. He went through the motions of his education, did what was required of him, but his heart wasn't in it. He was just waiting to be old enough to have some freedom, some ability to make his own choices, some escape from the constant surveillance and criticism that defined his home life. And that's exactly when disaster was going to strike. Because at 19, while Bertie was at Cambridge supposedly continuing his education, he was going to make a mistake. Not a huge mistake by the standards of young princes throughout history. Not even a particularly unusual mistake for a college-age young man in the 1860s. But a mistake that would occur at exactly the wrong moment and trigger exactly the wrong chain of events. Because Victoria had built her entire life around Albert. She'd made him responsible for everything, including managing Bertie's education and development. And when Bertie did something that upset Albert, it wasn't just a matter between father and son. It became something that threatened Victoria's entire carefully constructed world, where Albert was perfect, their marriage was perfect, and everything would be fine as long as Albert was there to fix it. We're almost at that moment. Almost at the point where decades of family dysfunction, unrealistic expectations and codependency are going to collide with one teenager's bad decision and create a disaster that will affect the British monarchy for the next 40 years. But we need to understand one more thing first. The educational torture that was Bertie's daily reality. Because when we talk about what Albert did in the fall of 1861, travelling to Cambridge in the rain to confront Bertie about his behaviour, we need to understand just how extreme Albert's investment in Bertie's moral education had become. We need to see the system they'd built to try to control every aspect of this young man's development. We need to understand that what was about to happen wasn't just a father being disappointed in his son, it was the collapse of an entire project that had consumed Albert's energy and Victoria's anxiety for Bertie's entire life. That educational system, that daily grind of lessons and criticism and impossible expectations, is what we're going to examine next. And fair warning, it's going to make Victorian child-rearing practices look even worse than you probably thought they were, which is saying something given that this was the era when sending 7-year-olds to work in coal mines was considered reasonable employment policy. So let's talk about the educational system that Albert designed for Bertie, which was essentially a masterclass in how to destroy a child's love of learning, while also failing to teach them anything useful. This wasn't just strict Victorian education. This was strict Victorian education designed by a German prince who believed that sufficient application of pressure could transform any child into a genius. Spoiler alert, It could not. Albert's vision for Bertie's education was ambitious. We'll give him that. He wanted to create a modern monarch who understood science, spoke multiple languages fluently, grasped political theory, appreciated the arts, and possessed unshakable moral character. Basically, he wanted to produce a walking encyclopedia with the wisdom of Solomon and the work ethic of, well, Albert himself. The fact that Bertie showed no natural inclination toward any of these goals was merely an obstacle to be overcome through rigorous scheduling. The schedule Albert created would make a modern child psychologist weep. We're talking about a routine that started when Bertie was 7 years old. 7, and only intensified as he got older. The boy woke at 7 in the morning, which honestly isn't that bad by historical standards when people generally went to bed at sunset because artificial lighting was expensive and unreliable. But from the moment Bertie opened his eyes, his day was mapped out in 15-minute increments, like some kind of Victorian productivity optimization experiment. 7 to 8, breakfast, and preparation for lessons. Not leisurely breakfast where you chat with your family and wake up gradually. This was fuel consumption followed by mental preparation for the academic gauntlet ahead. 8 to noon, academic instruction with only brief breaks. And by brief, we mean 10 minutes here and there to use the bathroom or stretch your legs, not anything resembling actual rest. 4 hours of intensive academic work before lunch for a child. 4 hours of sitting still, focusing, absorbing information, reciting lessons, being corrected when you inevitably made mistakes. For a kid who almost certainly had ADHD based on all the historical descriptions of his behaviour, this was torture. It would be torture for most children, honestly, but for a child whose brain literally works differently in terms of attention and focus, it was setting him up to fail every single day. The curriculum itself was absurdly ambitious. Bertie was expected to master English, German, and French fluently, not just conversational ability, but reading, writing, and speaking, all three at a high level. He studied Latin because apparently no 19th century education was complete without dead languages. He learned mathematics, though he struggled with it consistently. History, geography, science, religious studies, everything that Victorian educators considered essential for a gentleman's education compressed into a child's daily schedule. And remember, this wasn't high school or college. This was elementary school age. While other aristocratic children were getting private tutoring for a few hours a day, and then playing or riding or doing whatever rich kids did for fun in the 1840s, Bertie was grinding through lessons like a tiny, frustrated academic machine that kept producing error messages, but nobody would turn it off and restart it. After lunch, the day wasn't over, not even close. Afternoon lessons continued, though these were usually more practical subjects: riding, dancing, military exercises, deportment. All the skills a future king would need, taught with the same relentless intensity as the academic subjects. Bertie actually excelled at some of these physical activities, which you'd think would be encouraging, but Victoria and Albert were so focused on intellectual achievement that they viewed his competence at riding or dancing as barely worth mentioning. The tutors were a revolving cast of serious men who took their responsibilities very seriously indeed. Too seriously, you might say, if you believed that children should occasionally experience joy or spontaneity, or any emotion other than mild anxiety about whether they've correctly conjugated their German verbs. These weren't the kind of tutors who made learning fun or found creative ways to engage their student. They were disciplinarians who believed that education was a solemn duty and that any sign of playfulness was a character flaw to be corrected. The most influential of these tutors was Henry Birch, who was appointed when Bertie was 8 years old. Birch was actually one of the more sympathetic figures in this whole mess. He seems to have genuinely liked Bertie and tried to work with his limitations rather than just punishing him for them. But even Birch operated within the system Albert had created, which meant that his kindness had limited scope. Birch's replacement, Frederick Gibbs, was less sympathetic. Gibbs kept detailed records of Bertie's behaviour and academic progress, which is how we know so much about how this all played out. He documented every mistake, every moment of distraction, every failure to meet expectations. Reading his journals now is like watching someone chronicle a car crash in slow motion, while insisting that the car just needs to try harder to avoid the wall it's about to hit. Gibbs noted that Bertie was nervous and excitable, that he had difficulty concentrating, that he became frustrated easily when he didn't understand something. all of which are classic signs of a learning difference or attention disorder. But Gibbs interpreted these behaviours as moral failings, evidence that Bertie wasn't trying hard enough, wasn't taking his responsibilities seriously, wasn't developing proper self-control. The punishments for failing to meet expectations varied. Sometimes Bertie would be isolated in his room, which sounds mild until you remember that this is a child being locked away alone, as punishment for struggling with lessons that were too advanced for his developmental level and learning style. Sometimes there were physical punishments, nothing horrifically brutal by Victorian standards, but enough to make the point that failure had consequences. And here's where the Victorian mindset about child rearing becomes particularly dark. They believed that making a child uncomfortable or even miserable was necessary for character development. The idea was that if life was too easy, too pleasant, children would become soft and morally weak. So making Bertie miserable through isolation or punishment wasn't seen as cruel. It was seen as necessary preparation for the challenges of adult life and kingship. Of course, this logic conveniently ignored the fact that Bertie's adult life was going to involve being king, which meant having people do whatever he wanted and living in palaces. The notion that he needed to be isolated in rooms as a child to prepare him for a life of luxury and power was absurd even by 19th century standards, but nobody seemed to question it. The isolation was particularly damaging because Bertie was a social child. He liked people, he wanted to interact, to play, to be around others. Forcing him into solitude as punishment was hitting him where it hurt most, taking away the thing he naturally craved and was good at. It's like punishing a fish by removing it from water and then wondering why it seems distressed. Victoria and Albert also controlled Bertie's social interactions outside of lessons with an intensity that bordered on paranoid. He wasn't allowed to play with other children his own age unless they were carefully selected and supervised. The fear was that he might pick up bad habits or learn inappropriate behaviour from common children, though how spending time with other aristocratic kids was going to corrupt him is unclear. Apparently the nobility's children were simultaneously refined enough to associate with but also potential sources of moral contamination. This social isolation meant that Bertie never developed normal peer relationships during his childhood. He didn't learn how to navigate friendships naturally, how to deal with conflicts with kids his own age, how to be part of a group. Everything was mediated by adults who were watching and judging and reporting back to his parents. No wonder he grew up to value social acceptance so highly. He'd been starved of it his entire childhood. The educational approach also completely failed to account for different types of intelligence. Albert valued abstract intellectual achievement, the ability to analyze texts, understand complex theories, engage with philosophical concepts. These are valid forms of intelligence, obviously, but they're not the only forms. Bertie had strong emotional and social intelligence. He could read people, understand social dynamics, remember personal details about individuals. These skills would actually prove incredibly valuable for a monarch, but they weren't measured by the tests and lessons his tutors administered. So every day Bertie was essentially being evaluated on his weaknesses while his strengths were ignored or dismissed as frivolous. Imagine if we took someone who was naturally gifted at mathematics but terrible at art, and then forced them to spend 8 hours a day painting while telling them that math was unimportant, and their artistic failure was evidence of moral deficiency. That's basically what was happening to Bertie, except the thing he was good at was being charming and personable, which his parents actively viewed with suspicion. The physical effects of this regime were also notable. Bertie developed nervous habits, nail-biting, fidgeting, physical restlessness. Today we'd recognise these as anxiety behaviours, stress responses to an impossible situation. In the 1840s and 1850s, they were seen as further evidence that Bertie lacked self-control and needed even more stringent discipline. There's a particular kind of cruelty in responding to a child's stress symptoms by adding more stress. It's like seeing someone drowning and throwing them an anchor while telling them to try harder to swim. But that was the logic of Victorian child rearing. If the child isn't responding well to the current level of discipline, obviously you need more discipline. The possibility that the discipline itself was the problem didn't seem to occur to anyone. Albert was absolutely convinced that his system would work if they just persisted long enough. He wrote detailed memos about Bertie's education, adjusted the schedule here and there, hired new tutors with slightly different approaches, but never questioned the fundamental assumption that Bertie could be moulded into the ideal heir through sheer force of educational will. It was like trying to fit a left-handed person into a right-handed glove. and deciding that the solution was to force harder rather than finding a different glove. The weekends offered no real respite because Albert believed that consistent routine was essential. Bertie had lessons 6 days a week, with only Sunday off, and even Sunday wasn't exactly free time. There were church services, religious instruction, and family activities that were supposed to be edifying rather than fun. The concept of actual rest, of letting a child just be a child for a while, was foreign to Albert's systematic approach to parenting. By the time Bertie was 10 or 11, he was showing clear signs of what we'd now recognise as depression and anxiety. He was withdrawn, easily upset, prone to emotional outbursts when frustration overwhelmed him. His tutors noted that he could be sullen and unresponsive, which isn't surprising when you consider that he'd spent years being told he wasn't good enough no matter what he did. The comparison with Vicky continued to haunt him throughout this period. She was progressing beautifully through her own educational program, mastering subjects that Bertie struggled with, winning praise from her parents and tutors. The message was clear. Your sister can do this, so your failure is a personal choice you're making. Never mind that Vicky's brain worked differently, that she didn't have the same learning challenges, that she was naturally suited to the kind of academic work their parents valued. The comparison was relentless and devastating. Victoria's contribution to this educational torture was mostly to express disappointment from a distance. She didn't involve herself in the day-to-day details, that was Albert's domain, but she read the reports, reviewed the progress, and made her dissatisfaction known. She wrote that Bertie caused her constant pain and that she feared for his future. She compared him unfavourably to his siblings. She basically provided the emotional backdrop of maternal rejection against which all this educational pressure played out. And here's something worth noting. Albert wasn't doing this out of cruelty. He genuinely believed he was helping Bertie, preparing him for the immense responsibility of kingship. Albert worked hard himself. He was dedicated to his duties, to improving Britain, to being worthy of Victoria's devotion. In his mind, he was instilling those same qualities in his son through rigorous training. The fact that he was actually crushing his son's spirit and teaching him to associate learning with misery didn't register because Albert couldn't imagine that his system was fundamentally flawed. This is a common pattern in family dysfunction. People replicating their own upbringing or imposing what they think would have helped them without considering that different people need different approaches. Albert would have thrived under this kind of structured, intensive education. He was that kind of learner. So he assumed Bertie would eventually thrive too, if they just pushed hard enough and long enough. The teenage years brought new challenges as Bertie's body and mind went through the changes of puberty, while still trapped in this educational straitjacket. He was developing adult interests and desires while being treated like a child who couldn't be trusted to make any decisions. He wanted freedom, independence, the ability to make choices about his own life. Instead, he got more supervision, more structure, more control. Albert expanded the educational program to include more political and constitutional instruction as Bertie got older. The boy was supposed to learn how to govern, how to understand British politics, how to navigate the complex relationship between monarchy and parliament. These lessons might have been interesting if they'd been taught in a way that connected to Bertie's actual interests and abilities. Instead, they were just more abstract theory taught by serious men who expected Bertie to memorise constitutional principles and political philosophy. By the time Bertie was 16 or 17, there was a sense of desperation creeping into the reports from his tutors and the letters from his parents. He wasn't becoming what they wanted him to become. Years of intensive education hadn't produced a scholar king. They'd produced a young man who was adequate at his lessons when he really tried, but who clearly would rather be anywhere else doing anything else. The breaking point was approaching, though nobody knew it yet. Albert was becoming increasingly frustrated with Bertie's lack of progress. Victoria was becoming increasingly vocal about her disappointment. Bertie was becoming increasingly desperate for some kind of escape, some relief from the constant pressure and criticism. The system was unsustainable, but rather than recognise this and change course, everyone just doubled down. When Bertie went to Cambridge at 19, it should have been a relief, a chance to be around other young men his age, to experience something like normal student life, to have some independence finally. But of course, Albert couldn't just let him go. He designed a special programme for Bertie at Cambridge that was separate from the normal student experience. Bertie lived in special accommodations, had private tutors, followed a curriculum designed specifically for him. He was at university, but not really of the university, still isolated, still controlled, still unable to just be a normal young person figuring things out. And this is where we're heading toward disaster, because Bertie at 19 was finally going to do something for himself, something not approved or controlled by his parents. It was going to be relatively minor, the kind of thing that college-age young men had been doing throughout history without causing family collapse. But because of everything that had come before, because of the years of pressure and control and disappointment, this relatively minor rebellion was going to be treated as a catastrophic failure that confirmed all of Victoria and Albert's worst fears. About their son. The educational system they'd built hadn't prepared Bertie for kingship. It had prepared him to feel inadequate, to seek validation from others, to associate authority with criticism, and to desperately want freedom from the people who claimed to be helping him. When that freedom came, even briefly, he was going to grab it, and the consequences were going to ripple through the royal family for decades. But we need to understand something important here. This system didn't fail because Bertie was defective. It failed because the system itself was defective. It was built on false assumptions about how learning works, about what kind of education actually prepares someone for leadership, about what children need to thrive. It failed because it tried to force a unique individual into a predetermined mould without considering whether the mould was appropriate or the forcing was damaging. The tragic irony is that if Victoria and Albert had just accepted Bertie for who he was, a socially gifted, emotionally intelligent young man who would never be a scholar, but could be an effective and popular king in other ways, he probably would have been fine. He might even have been happy, and the disaster that was about to unfold might have been avoided entirely. But that's not what happened. What happened was that years of educational torture, emotional neglect, and impossible expectations created a young man who was desperate for approval, susceptible to flattery, eager to prove his independence, and completely unprepared for the consequences of making his own choices. And in the fall of 1861, all of that was about to come crashing down in the most devastating way possible. The educational regime had created exactly the conditions for disaster. It had taken a child who needed understanding and support and subjected him to criticism and control. It had taken a young man who needed to develop confidence and autonomy and kept him dependent and supervised. It had taken a future king who needed to learn how to navigate real-world situations and kept him isolated in an artificial bubble of royal protection. And now that bubble was about to burst. The carefully constructed system that Albert had built, that Victoria had supported, that had consumed Bertie's entire childhood and adolescence, it was all about to prove spectacularly, catastrophically inadequate. Because you can't prepare someone for real life by keeping them away from real life. You can't teach someone to make good decisions by never letting them make any decisions. You can't create a responsible adult by treating someone like an irresponsible child well into their teenage years. The educational philosophy that drove all of this, the belief that children were blank slates to be written on, that proper instruction could overcome any natural limitation, that moral character could be instilled through rigid discipline, was about to collide with reality. And reality was going to win in the most painful way possible, because in a few months Bertie was going to meet a young actress. And that meeting was going to set off a chain of events that would kill one parent, break the other's mind, and poison the relationship between mother and son for the next 40 years. All because a 19-year-old who'd been controlled his entire life was finally going to make a choice for himself, and that choice was going to have consequences that nobody could have predicted, but everyone should have seen coming. The educational system hadn't prepared Bertie for this. How could it? It had never prepared him for anything except taking tests and reciting lessons. It had never taught him about real consequences, real relationships, real life. It had kept him in a bubble, and then was shocked, when he didn't know how to function outside that bubble. This is the fundamental failure of overly controlling parenting. It creates exactly the conditions it's trying to prevent. Victoria and Albert wanted to create a responsible, moral, disciplined heir. So they controlled every aspect of Bertie's life, gave him no opportunities to practice responsibility, and taught him that rules were arbitrary limitations imposed by people who didn't understand or care about him. And then they wondered why he wasn't responsible and moral and disciplined. If they'd given him age-appropriate freedom and let him make small mistakes with manageable consequences, he would have learned how to navigate the world. Instead, they kept him locked down until one day he had the opportunity to make a mistake with catastrophic consequences, and he had no experience or judgment to guide him. It's like keeping someone from learning to swim and then throwing them in the ocean and expecting them to figure it out. The educational regime was the foundation of everything that was about to go wrong. It had shaped Bertie's psychology, his relationship with his parents, his desperate need for approval and independence. It had created a young man who was primed to make bad decisions because he'd never been allowed to make decisions at all, good or bad. And Victoria and Albert, who'd built this system with such confidence and dedication, were about to discover that their carefully constructed educational edifice was actually a house of cards. One breath of real-world wind, and the whole thing was coming down. They just didn't know it yet. They were still convinced that with just a little more time, a little more discipline, a little more pressure, Bertie would finally become what they wanted him to be. They were wrong. And they were about to find out just how wrong in the most devastating way possible. But that's the next chapter in this disaster. Right now, we're just watching the final pieces fall into place, seeing how years of educational torture and emotional neglect created exactly the perfect storm for family tragedy. The system failed. Bertie didn't fail. The system failed him. And everyone was about to pay the price for that failure, but Bertie most of all. Because when things went wrong, when the disaster struck, when someone needed to be blamed for the collapse of Victoria and Albert's perfect plan, guess who was going to be standing there, convenient and already disappointing, ready to take the fall? For everything? Now we arrive at the autumn of 1861, when everything that had been building for 19 years was about to come crashing down in the most absurd and tragic way possible. And it all started with something that would barely register as a scandal today, but was about to destroy a family. Bertie was at Cambridge University, living in a specially arranged set of rooms that gave him the appearance of being a normal student, while actually ensuring he remained as isolated and controlled as ever. He was 19 years old, technically an adult, though his parents seemed to have missed that memo. He was enrolled in a program that Albert had carefully designed, studying subjects that Albert had selected, following a schedule that Albert had approved. Even at university, Bertie couldn't escape the system. But university, even the controlled version that Bertie was experiencing, offered something his childhood never had: proximity to other young men his own age. Not in his classes, obviously. Those were still private with hand-selected tutors. But Bertie was also attached to a military regiment as part of his training, and military camps were where he finally got to interact with peers. Young officers from aristocratic families, the kinds of young men who would typically be at Cambridge or Oxford anyway, except they happened to be in uniform. These young men were not the carefully vetted, heavily supervised companions of Bertie's childhood. They were normal, wealthy teenagers and 20-somethings doing what wealthy young men in the 1860s did: drinking, gambling, talking about women, and generally behaving like they had more money than sense and limited adult supervision. Which, to be fair, they did on both counts. And these young men, God bless them, looked at Bertie, who was 19 years old and had never been allowed to make a single decision for himself, and decided he needed help with his education. Not academic education, obviously. He'd had more than enough of that. They were concerned about a different kind of education entirely. The kind that Victorian society absolutely did not discuss in polite company, but that young men absolutely did discuss among themselves. Bertie was a virgin. This was not particularly unusual for a 19-year-old in 1861, though it was somewhat unusual for a 19-year-old prince who would eventually inherit a throne. Throughout history, royal young men had typically received certain forms of practical education from experienced women, often arranged by helpful courtiers who understood that monarchs probably shouldn't figure out certain aspects of life entirely, through trial and error after marriage. But Bertie had been so carefully controlled, so thoroughly supervised, that nobody had arranged any such education. His parents were deeply concerned about moral corruption, about anything that might lead Bertie astray from the path of Victorian virtue. The idea that their son might have normal human desires and might benefit from learning about them in a reasonably safe environment hadn't occurred to them, or if it had, they dismissed it as unnecessary corruption. His fellow officers saw this differently. They looked at the future King of England and thought, this man is going to get married eventually and probably ought to have some idea what he's doing. So with the kind of helpful but misguided thinking that young men throughout history have specialised in, they arranged for a young actress to visit Bertie's rooms at the military camp. Her name was Nellie Clifton, and she was exactly the kind of woman that Victorian society officially disapproved of while unofficially supporting through the patronage of wealthy men. She was an actress, which in 1861 was already considered a somewhat scandalous profession because it involved being on stage where men could look at you. She also supplemented her income through relationships with generous gentlemen, which was common enough that there were euphemisms for it, and everyone knew what those euphemisms meant. So Bertie's fellow officers arranged for Nellie to visit. They probably thought they were doing him a favour, giving him some worldly experience, helping him become more of a man, all those justifications that young men use when they're being stupidly helpful. And Bertie, who had spent 19 years being told what to do and never being allowed to make his own choices, said yes. What exactly happened between Bertie and Nellie Clifton is obviously not something we have detailed records of because the Victorians were very good at destroying evidence of things they found embarrassing. But the general outline is clear enough. They had a liaison. Probably more than one, actually, because the whole thing apparently went on for a few weeks before anyone outside Bertie's immediate circle found out. And here's the thing. By the standards of young aristocratic men in 1861, this was so normal it barely qualified as noteworthy. Wealthy young men visiting actresses, dancers, and other women of negotiable virtue was basically a rite of passage. It was what you did before you got married to some appropriate woman chosen by your family. It was expected, tacitly approved of, and certainly not considered morally catastrophic. The hypocrisy here was spectacular, by the way. Victorian society had this whole public face of moral purity and sexual restraint, but underneath that facade was a thriving market for prostitution. Brothels operated openly in major cities, and wealthy men routinely kept mistresses while there. Wives looked the other way. But you weren't supposed to talk about it. You weren't supposed to acknowledge it. You maintained the fiction of moral purity while everyone engaged in behaviour that contradicted that fiction. Bertie was just participating in this standard hypocrisy, except he'd made one crucial mistake. He'd gotten caught. Or more accurately, someone had talked. Because that's how these things always fall apart. Someone can't keep their mouth shut, word spreads, and suddenly everyone knows what was supposed to remain an open secret that nobody actually discussed. The gossip spread through the military camp, then to London society, and eventually to Lord Torrington, who was one of those helpful but tactless individuals who thought someone really ought to tell the Prince Consort that his son was sleeping with. An actress. Torrington wrote a letter to Albert, probably thinking he was doing his duty by informing the boy's father of this moral lapse. Albert received this letter in November 1861, and his reaction was completely, utterly, spectacularly out of proportion to what had actually happened. We're talking about a man who had spent the previous 2 decades carefully controlling every aspect of his son's education and moral development, and now he was confronted with evidence that Bertie had done something independently, something sexual, something that suggested he had normal human desires and had acted on them without permission. Albert was horrified, not mildly concerned, not disappointed, horrified. He wrote to Bertie describing his liaison with Nellie as a terrible sin, a moral catastrophe, a betrayal of everything Albert had tried to teach him. The letter dripped with disappointment and anguish. Albert acted like Bertie had committed some heinous crime rather than doing exactly what thousands of other young aristocratic men were doing at that very moment across Britain. The moral framework here was deeply warped, though Albert couldn't see it. He'd built this elaborate system to keep Bertie pure and virtuous, and now Bertie had violated that purity by being a normal 19-year-old with normal desires. The fact that Albert himself had presumably figured out certain aspects of adult life before marrying Victoria, he had managed to get her pregnant 9 times after all, didn't seem to factor into his thinking. This was different because it was his son, his carefully controlled project, his moral responsibility. But here's where things get complicated. Albert's disproportionate reaction wasn't just about morality or control. Albert was also worried about practical consequences, specifically blackmail. Because if Nellie Clifton decided she wanted money to keep quiet about her relationship with the future king, she could cause serious problems. And if she got pregnant and claimed Bertie was the father, that would be a catastrophic scandal that could threaten the succession. These were legitimate concerns, sort of. Blackmail was a real possibility, though there's no evidence Nellie ever attempted it. The pregnancy concern was also real, though again, there's no evidence that happened. But Albert's mind immediately went to worst-case scenarios, and he convinced himself that Bertie had not just made a youthful mistake, but had potentially endangered the entire monarchy through his recklessness. So in late November 1861, Albert decided he needed to confront Bertie in person. He couldn't just write letters, he needed to look his son in the eye, explain the gravity of what he'd done, and ensure Bertie understood the potential consequences. This meant travelling to Cambridge, which was about 60 miles from Windsor Castle. Not a huge distance, but far enough that it required planning and time. And here's the crucial detail. Albert was already sick when he made this decision. He'd been feeling unwell for weeks, possibly months. He was exhausted, run down, suffering from various vague symptoms that suggested his health was not good. At 42 years old, Albert had been working himself to death for 2 decades, and his body was starting to fail. He had chronic stomach problems, insomnia, and what we'd probably now recognise as stress-related health issues. Victoria had noticed he wasn't well. She'd been worried about him, though not worried enough to insist he rest or reduce his workload, because that wasn't how their relationship worked. Albert was the one who took care of things, who managed everything, who couldn't stop working because if he stopped working, the whole system they'd built would collapse. But despite being unwell, despite the late November weather in England being exactly as miserable as you'd expect, cold, damp, probably raining, Albert decided he had to make this trip immediately. He couldn't wait until he felt better, or until the weather improved, or until he'd had time to calm down and gain some perspective on the situation. He needed to go now, to confront Bertie while his moral outrage was fresh and burning. This was a terrible decision, just objectively, spectacularly bad. Taking a sick man in his 40s and sending him on a journey through cold, wet weather to confront his son about a sexual liaison was pretty much guaranteed to make his health worse. But Albert's judgment was compromised by his emotional reaction and his obsessive need to control Bertie's moral development. So on November 25th, 1861, Albert travelled to Cambridge. The weather was, unsurprisingly, miserable. Cold rain, the kind of persistent dampness that gets into your bones and makes you feel like you'll never be warm again. This was England in late autumn, which means the temperature was probably around 40 to 45 degrees Fahrenheit. The sky was grey and everything was wet. Not ideal conditions for a walking tour, which is exactly what Albert decided to do with Bertie when he arrived. Yes, rather than having their serious conversation indoors where it was dry and warm, or at least warmer, Albert took Bertie for a long walk around Cambridge in the rain. Because apparently confronting your son about his sexual behaviour wasn't complete without adding physical discomfort and the risk of pneumonia to the mix. During this walk, Albert delivered his lecture. He explained to Bertie how disappointed he was, how dangerous this liaison had been, how Bertie had betrayed their trust and endangered his future. He talked about the risk of blackmail, the possibility of scandal, the damage to the monarchy's reputation. He basically spent several hours making Bertie feel like the worst person in human history for doing something that half the young men in Britain were doing at that exact moment. And Bertie, to his credit, apologised. He promised to be more careful, to not let anything like this happen again, to live up to his responsibilities. What else could he do? His father had travelled all this way in terrible weather while clearly unwell just to tell him how badly he'd failed. The guilt must have been overwhelming, even though Bertie had to know on some level that the reaction was massively disproportionate to the offence. But here's what makes this whole situation even more tragic. Albert's anger wasn't really about Bertie's behaviour, not fundamentally. It was about the collapse of Albert's carefully constructed system. For 19 years, Albert had dedicated himself to creating the perfect heir through education, discipline, and moral instruction. He'd poured his energy into this project, convinced that with sufficient effort, he could mould Bertie into exactly what the monarchy needed. And now Bertie had demonstrated that all that effort, all those years of control, hadn't actually worked. Bertie was still himself, impulsive, pleasure-seeking, more interested in human connection than moral philosophy. The system had failed, and Albert couldn't accept that. So instead of acknowledging that maybe his approach had been flawed, he blamed Bertie for not being malleable enough, for not trying hard enough to become the person Albert wanted him to be. This is a common pattern in controlling parents. When the control inevitably fails because human beings can't actually be controlled like machines, the parent blames the child for the failure rather than examining whether the control itself was the problem. Albert had built his entire identity around being the person who held everything together, who fixed problems, who made things work through careful planning and systematic effort. Accepting that his son was beyond his control, that the project had failed, would have required rethinking his entire approach to parenting and possibly his entire worldview. So instead, he walked around Cambridge in the freezing rain, lecturing a 19-year-old about moral failure while catching what would turn out to be a fatal illness. After the walk, Albert returned to Windsor Castle. He was exhausted, soaked, and feeling worse than when he'd left. Victoria noticed immediately that his condition had deteriorated. He was pale, feverish, clearly unwell. But when she asked what was wrong, Albert told her about Bertie's behaviour, and suddenly Victoria's concern for Albert's health was overshadowed by her fury at their son. This is the moment when Victoria started building the narrative that would define the rest of her relationship with Bertie. In her mind, Albert had been so upset by Bertie's moral lapse that he'd made himself sick with worry. The journey to Cambridge, the exposure to bad weather, these were just symptoms of how devastated Albert was by their son's betrayal. Bertie's behaviour had hurt Albert so badly that he'd literally made himself ill. Never mind that Albert was already sick before the trip. Never mind that the decision to walk around Cambridge in the rain while unwell was Albert's own terrible choice. Never mind that young men throughout history had engaged in similar behaviour without their fathers dropping dead as a result. In Victoria's mind, cause and effect were clear. Bertie's sin had wounded Albert, and that wound was making him sick. Over the next few days, Albert's condition worsened. He had stomach problems, fever, weakness, insomnia. Victorian medicine being what it was, his doctors couldn't agree on what was wrong with him. Some thought it was just a cold that would pass. Others worried it was something more serious. They tried various treatments that probably did more harm than good. This was an era when bleeding patients and giving them mercury were still considered reasonable medical interventions. Victoria watched her husband decline and became increasingly frantic. Remember, Albert was her entire support system, her reason for existing, the only person she truly relied on. The possibility of losing him was literally unthinkable. She'd built her whole life around his presence, and now that presence was fading, and she couldn't do anything to stop it. Albert tried to keep working despite being obviously ill. He reviewed documents, met with officials, attempted to maintain his normal responsibilities. This was characteristic of him. He couldn't rest, couldn't stop, couldn't accept that he needed to take care of himself. And Victoria, despite her anxiety about his health, didn't really push him to stop either, because she needed him to keep functioning. The whole family system depended on Albert being the person who held it together. The doctors kept insisting he'd recover soon, that it was just a matter of rest and time, but Albert was getting worse, not better. The fever persisted. He couldn't eat. He was weak and disoriented. By early December, even the optimistic doctors were starting to look worried. And through all of this, the Bertie situation kept coming up. Victoria and Albert discussed it when he had the energy. Victoria wrote letters to relatives about it, expressing her horror at their son's behaviour. The narrative was hardening. Bertie had committed a terrible sin. Albert had been devastated by it, and this devastation was literally killing him. This narrative was, of course, completely irrational. Bertie's liaison with an actress, while certainly a source of concern for protective parents, was not the kind of thing that causes fatal illness. Albert was dying of something medical, probably typhoid fever, though the exact diagnosis was unclear at the time, not dying of disappointment in his son. But Victoria needed the illness to make sense, to have a cause, to be someone's fault. And Bertie was right there, convenient and already disappointing, ready to take the blame. By mid-December, Albert was clearly dying. The doctors stopped pretending otherwise. Victoria was at his bedside constantly, desperate and terrified. The children were summoned. Bertie came from Cambridge, though God knows what that reunion was like, given that his mother probably blamed him for his father's condition. The family gathered to watch Albert fade away, which is exactly as grim as it sounds. Albert himself seemed to know he was dying. He said goodbye to Victoria, told her he loved her, tried to prepare her for what was coming. She refused to accept it, kept insisting he'd recover, that he just needed more time. But on December 14th, 1861, at 10:45 in the evening, Prince Albert died at Windsor Castle at the age of 42. The cause of death was listed as typhoid fever, though there's some historical debate about whether that was accurate. It might have been cancer, or complications from chronic digestive issues, or any number of other conditions that Victorian medicine couldn't properly diagnose or treat. What's clear is that he'd been unwell for a while before the Cambridge trip, and that trip definitely didn't help his condition. But in Victoria's mind, the cause of death was simple: Bertie. Her son's sin had killed her husband. Albert's distress over Bertie's behaviour had weakened him, made him vulnerable to illness, ultimately caused his death. This was completely irrational thinking, but grief rarely follows rational patterns, and Victoria's grief was about to become absolutely consuming. The moment of Albert's death was catastrophic for Victoria. She let out a scream that servants heard throughout the castle. She threw herself on his body, sobbing uncontrollably, refusing to leave him. She kept repeating that she'd lost her angel, that life was over, that she couldn't go on without him. This wasn't normal widow's grief. This was complete psychological collapse. And somewhere in that collapse the blame was settling firmly on Bertie. Not on the illness that had been developing for months. Not on the decision to travel in bad weather while sick. Not on the Victorian medical system that couldn't properly treat whatever was killing Albert. No, the blame went to the 19-year-old who'd slept with an actress and thus, in Victoria's grief-warped logic, murdered his father. This is the foundation of everything that came after. This is why Victoria would spend the next 40 years treating her eldest son with cold fury. This is why she couldn't look at him without shuddering, why she excluded him from responsibilities, why she made his life miserable in countless small and large ways. Because in her mind, Bertie had killed Albert, and she could never forgive him for it. The tragedy here is multi-layered. Albert died of an illness that had nothing to do with Bertie's behaviour. The Cambridge trip might have worsened Albert's condition, but Albert chose to make that trip, chose to walk in the rain, chose to prioritise confronting his son over taking care of his own health. If anyone's decisions contributed to Albert's death, it was Albert's own stubborn refusal to rest when he was clearly ill. But Victoria couldn't blame Albert. Albert was perfect, was her angel, could do no wrong. She couldn't blame herself either, even though she'd enabled and encouraged Albert's workaholic tendencies for their entire marriage. She couldn't blame the doctors or the disease or just accept that sometimes people die of illnesses at relatively young ages and it's nobody's fault. So she blamed Bertie. And Bertie, who was also grieving the loss of his father despite their difficult relationship, who was probably already drowning in guilt over the Cambridge situation, who had just turned 20 years old and was completely unprepared for the storm. Of his mother's rage, Bertie became the scapegoat for a tragedy that was really just life being cruel and arbitrary and unfair. The irony is that if Albert had lived, this whole situation would probably have blown over within a few months. Bertie would have been lectured, monitored more carefully, and eventually the family would have moved on. Young men sleeping with actresses was barely newsworthy. It would have been a minor family drama, not a defining tragedy. But Albert died, and so what should have been a minor incident became the excuse for Victoria's grief to transform into decades of maternal rejection. The Cambridge liaison became, in family mythology, the sin that killed the prince consort. And Bertie became the son who murdered his father through his immoral behaviour. None of this was true, obviously, but truth was irrelevant in the face of Victoria's grief and need to find someone to blame. The stage was set for one of the most toxic mother-son relationships in royal history, all because a sick man made a bad decision to walk in the rain while angry at his son for being a normal teenager. And we haven't even gotten to the really dark part yet. Victoria's grief-induced psychological breakdown, her transformation of Windsor Castle into a shrine to the dead, her treatment of her remaining children, and the 40 years of Cold War between her and Bertie that would define both their lives. But that's all coming. For now, Albert was dead, Victoria was broken, and Bertie was about to become the most hated person in his mother's life. The perfect storm of family dysfunction, impossible expectations and tragic timing had finally arrived, and the monarchy would never be quite the same. After returning from Cambridge, Albert's condition didn't improve. This shouldn't have been surprising. Walking around in freezing rain while already ill tends to have predictable consequences. But everyone seemed to be in denial about how serious things were getting, including Albert himself, who continued trying to work despite clearly needing to be in bed with hot tea and someone forcing him to rest. The final 3 weeks of Albert's life were a slow-motion disaster that everyone watched, but nobody seemed able to stop. Victorian medicine was particularly useless here, which is saying something because Victorian medicine was generally pretty useless. The doctors who attended Albert couldn't agree on what was wrong with him, which is always a reassuring sign when you're the patient lying there feeling progressively worse. Some doctors thought it was just a bad cold combined with exhaustion. Others suspected something more serious but couldn't quite put their finger on what. They used terms like gastric fever and low fever, which were basically Victorian medical code for "we have no idea what's happening, but the patient definitely has a fever and digestive issues." The modern consensus is that Albert probably had typhoid fever, which was depressingly common in the 1860s thanks to contaminated water supplies and the general lack of understanding about how diseases actually spread. Typhoid is nasty. It starts with fever, weakness, and stomach problems, then progressively gets worse over several weeks. The fever comes in waves, climbing higher each time. Patients become delirious, suffer from severe digestive distress, and basically waste away while doctors stand around looking concerned and trying treatments that range from useless to actively harmful. And the Victorian medical establishment definitely tried treatments. They gave Albert various medicines that probably contained mercury, arsenic, or other substances that we now know are toxic. They may have bled him. Removing blood from sick patients was still considered reasonable medical practice in 1861, because apparently the logic was, the patient is weak and feverish, so clearly what they need is less blood. They recommended various diets that his stomach couldn't handle. They basically did everything except what would have actually helped, which was keeping him hydrated, letting him rest, and hoping his immune system could fight off the infection. Victoria watched all this with increasing panic. Remember, her entire existence was built around Albert. He was her emotional support system, her decision-maker, her buffer between herself and the responsibilities of being queen. The possibility of losing him was literally unthinkable. She'd constructed her life in such a way that his absence was simply not an option she could process. So she did what people often do when confronted with an unbearable reality. She refused to believe it was happening. Even as Albert got visibly sicker, even as the doctors started looking more worried, even as the evidence mounted that this was serious, Victoria kept insisting he'd recover. He just needed rest. He just needed the right treatment. He just needed time. He'd be fine. He had to be fine. The alternative was impossible. This denial was reinforced by the doctors, who were probably terrified of telling the Queen of England that her husband was dying. Victorian doctors had a tendency to be overly optimistic with powerful patients, either because they genuinely believed their treatments would work, or because they were cowards who couldn't face delivering bad news to royalty. So they kept reassuring Victoria that Albert would recover, that there was no immediate danger, that everything would be fine. They were lying, of course. Or at least they were being wildly optimistic in the face of clear evidence that Albert was getting worse, not better. But Victoria wanted to believe them, needed to believe them, so she did. Albert himself seems to have known he was dying, though. He had that clarity that sometimes comes to people in their final days, a sense that this is it, that there's no point pretending otherwise. He tried to arrange his affairs to make sure Victoria would be taken care of, to say the things that needed saying while he still had the energy to speak. But Victoria couldn't hear it. Every time Albert tried to talk about what would happen after he was gone, she'd cut him off, insist he was being needlessly pessimistic, tell him to save his strength for recovery. The children were gradually summoned as December progressed, and Albert's condition deteriorated. This was the Victorian way of handling death in the family. You brought everyone together so they could witness the decline and say their goodbyes, which sounds absolutely traumatic and indeed was absolutely traumatic. But it was considered important, a way of honouring the dying person and ensuring the family was united in their grief. Vicky, the eldest daughter, was in Prussia with her husband, and she couldn't make it back in time. This would haunt Victoria later, adding another layer of anguish to the whole situation. Her favourite child, the one who looked like Albert and shared Victoria's devotion to him, wasn't there at the end. International travel in 1861 being what it was, slow, complicated, dependent on trains and ships that couldn't be rushed, there was no way to get Vicky from Germany to England quickly enough. But the other children came. Princess Alice, who was 18 and would prove to be the most emotionally mature of the family during this crisis. Prince Alfred, who was 17. Princess Helena 15, Princess Louise 13, Prince Arthur 11, Prince Leopold 8, and Princess Beatrice, just 4 years old, who was too young to really understand what was happening but old enough to sense that something terrible was unfolding, and Bertie, of course. 20 years old, freshly returned from Cambridge, probably still reeling from his father's angry confrontation, now watching that father die while his mother shot him. Looks that clearly communicated, "This is your fault." The psychological torture of... That situation is hard to overstate. Imagine watching your father die while knowing your mother blames you for it, and you're stuck in a castle with nowhere to escape, forced to participate in this grim death watch while carrying the weight of irrational guilt. The atmosphere at Windsor Castle during those final days was oppressive. The court went into a kind of suspended animation, everyone waiting, watching, whispering about whether the prince consort would recover. Servants moved quietly through the halls. Official business slowed to a crawl. The normal rhythms of palace life stopped as everything focused on the sick room where Albert lay dying. Victoria was at Albert's bedside constantly. She'd sleep in a chair next to his bed, or not sleep at all, just sit there watching him breathe, monitoring every change in his condition, alternating between hope and despair. This was before modern hospital monitoring equipment, obviously, so there was no way to track his vital signs precisely. You just watched and waited and tried to interpret whether each breath was easier or harder than the last one. The doctors came and went, checking on Albert, conferring in low voices, trying new treatments that accomplished nothing. Victorian medicine's approach to serious illness was essentially throwing various substances at the patient and hoping something worked, combined with recommendations for rest and diet that the patient was often too sick to follow. It was medicine by guesswork, and the guesses were usually wrong. By mid-December, Albert was clearly fading. The fever wasn't breaking. He could barely eat. His strength was gone. He'd drift in and out of consciousness, sometimes lucid enough to speak, sometimes delirious and confused. This is typical of late-stage typhoid. The bacteria has spread throughout the body, the fever is constant, and the patient's system is simply shutting down. The children would visit in shifts, sitting with their father, trying to talk to him when he was conscious enough to respond. These visits must have been absolutely heartbreaking, watching their father, who'd been this commanding presence in their lives, reduced to a frail figure in a bed, struggling to breathe, barely able to acknowledge them. Alice, the second daughter, stepped up during this crisis in ways that probably saved Victoria from complete collapse right then and there. She was the one who made sure Victoria ate something, who convinced her to rest for a few hours when she was about to collapse from exhaustion, who managed the younger children and kept them from seeing the worst of their mother's panic. Alice was basically the functional adult in the room while Victoria spiraled and Albert died. December 14th, 1861 was the final day. Albert had been ill for about 3 weeks at this point, and he'd reached the stage where death was obviously imminent. The doctors finally stopped pretending he'd recover and started preparing the family for the end. This was before the era of intensive care units or emergency interventions. Once someone was this far gone with typhoid, there was nothing to be done except keep them comfortable and wait for the end. Victoria spent that entire day at Albert's side. She held his hand, talked to him when he was conscious enough to hear, watched his breathing get shallower and more laboured as the hours passed. The children came in and out saying their final goodbyes, though the younger ones probably didn't fully grasp what was happening. Beatrice, at 4 years old, might have thought her father was just sleeping. As evening approached, Albert was barely conscious. He couldn't speak anymore, could barely respond to Victoria's voice. His breathing was irregular, sometimes stopping for long moments before starting again with a gasp. This is the death rattle that doctors recognise, the sound of someone's body shutting down, the final stages before the end. Victoria refused to leave his side. She kept talking to him, telling him she loved him, begging him to hold on, promising things would be better if he'd just keep fighting. The denial was still there even at this point. Some part of her genuinely believed that if she just refused to accept his death, it couldn't happen. As if the force of her will could keep him alive, could reverse whatever process was killing him, could maintain the world she'd built around his presence. The room was crowded with people: Victoria, several of the children, doctors, close advisors, clergy. Victorian deathbed scenes were communal events, not private moments. Everyone gathered to witness the passing, to pray, to provide support or just to be present for this momentous transition. It probably felt suffocating, all those people standing around watching someone die, but that was the custom. At around 10:30 p.m, Albert's breathing became even more laboured. The doctors recognised the signs. This was the final stage. They gently warned Victoria that the end was very near. She heard them but didn't seem to process the information. She just kept holding Albert's hand, kept talking to him, kept existing in that space of denial where if she just didn't accept what was happening, maybe it wouldn't be real. At 10:45 p.m, Prince Albert stopped breathing. Just stopped. One moment he was struggling for air, and the next moment there was nothing. Silence, stillness. The transition from alive to dead happening in the space of seconds, as it usually does despite all the drama we build up around it. For a moment nobody moved. Victoria was still holding his hand, still waiting for him to take another breath. The doctors were checking for a pulse, for any sign of life, but they knew. Everyone in the room knew. Albert was gone. And then Victoria understood, really understood, in a way that shattered through all the denial she'd been maintaining for weeks. Her husband was dead. The person she'd built her entire existence around was gone. The foundation of her world had just collapsed, and she was falling through empty space with nothing to catch her. She screamed. Not a dignified royal expression of grief, but a raw, primal scream of anguish that servants heard throughout Windsor Castle. The kind of scream that makes your blood run cold because it comes from a place of such fundamental agony that it transcends normal human sound. She threw herself on Albert's body, sobbing, wailing, completely losing any semblance of control. "My angel," she kept crying over and over. She wouldn't let go of him. She tried to pull him back to life through sheer force of will, as if holding onto his body tightly enough could somehow reverse what had just happened. The people in the room didn't know what to do. How do you respond when the Queen of England is having a complete psychological breakdown over her husband's corpse? Alice tried to pull her mother away, tried to provide some comfort, but Victoria was beyond comfort. She was beyond reason. She'd just experienced the worst thing that could possibly happen to her, and her mind couldn't process it. This wasn't grief in any normal sense. This was existential catastrophe. Her identity, her purpose, her reason for living had just stopped existing, and she was confronting the absolute void that left behind. The doctors eventually got her to sit down, though she refused to leave the room. She just sat there next to Albert's body, staring at him, crying intermittently, existing in a state of shock so profound that she probably wasn't fully aware of her surroundings. The children were ushered out. They'd said their goodbyes, witnessed their father's death, and now they needed to deal with their own grief while the adults tried to figure out what to do about Victoria. Because this wasn't just personal tragedy, this was a constitutional crisis waiting to happen. Victoria was the Queen of England, and she'd just lost her ability to function. Albert had been doing much of the actual governing for years, and now he was gone and Victoria was psychologically destroyed. Someone needed to run the British Empire, and the person whose official job that was had just had her brain break. The next hours were chaos. Victoria wouldn't leave Albert's side. She wanted to sleep in the room with his body, wanted to stay with him as if proximity could somehow lessen the reality of his death. The household tried to convince her to rest, to move to another room, to take care of herself, but she was beyond caring about such practical matters. She'd lost the only thing that mattered to her. Nothing else registered as important. Eventually, through a combination of persuasion and probably some Victorian sedatives, laudanum was commonly used to calm distraught people in this era because giving grieving people opium derivatives was considered perfectly reasonable. They got Victoria to leave the room so Albert's body could be prepared. The Victorian death rituals required washing and preparing the corpse, laying it out properly, making it presentable for viewing. You couldn't just leave a body in bed indefinitely, no matter how much the widow wanted to stay with it. But Victoria didn't go far. She moved to an adjacent room and basically continued her vigil from there. She was in shock, that profound state where the mind shuts down certain functions to protect itself from trauma too severe to process. She could speak, could move around, could respond to questions, but she wasn't really present. Part of her had detached from reality entirely. The news spread through the castle, then through London, then through Britain and eventually the world. Prince Albert, the Prince Consort, Queen Victoria's husband and closest advisor, was dead at 42 years old. The court went into deep mourning. Black clothing appeared everywhere. Plans were made for the funeral. Messages of condolence started arriving from leaders around the world, and in the midst of all this official mourning and practical arrangements, Victoria was falling apart. Not just grieving, actually psychologically disintegrating. Because she'd never developed the ability to exist independently of Albert. She'd spent 21 years making him responsible for everything in her life, and now he was gone, and she had no idea how to be a person without him. The fear that she might go mad wasn't just Victoria being dramatic. There was genuine concern among her doctors and advisors that she might have a complete mental breakdown. Her grandfather, King George III, had suffered from severe mental illness. He'd gone famously mad, hallucinating, becoming violent, having to be restrained. The family had a history of mental instability, and Victoria had just experienced trauma severe enough to trigger serious psychological problems in anyone. She started talking about how she couldn't bear it, how she wanted to die, how life without Albert was impossible. Not in a suicidal way exactly, but in a way that suggested she'd lost the will to keep existing. She couldn't see a future for herself. She couldn't imagine continuing to be queen, continuing to fulfill her duties, continuing to make decisions. Albert had been her brain, and now that brain was dead, and she was just a body going through motions without any real consciousness driving her actions. The household didn't know how to handle this. You can't just tell the Queen of England to snap out of it and get back to work. You can't force someone to process grief faster than they're able to process it. And you definitely can't force someone who's having a psychological crisis to suddenly become functional again just because the empire needs governing. So they did what they could. Alice stayed close to her mother, providing whatever support Victoria would accept. The doctors monitored her, made sure she was eating something even if she didn't want to, tried to ensure she got some sleep. The government quietly handled the business of running the country without bothering Victoria with details she couldn't focus on anyway. And Victoria sat in her grief, surrounded by Albert's belongings, refusing to change anything in his rooms, insisting that everything be maintained exactly as he'd left it. His clothes stayed in his wardrobe, his desk remained as it was. His personal items were kept in their places. It was like she was trying to preserve him in amber, to create a museum of his life so that she could pretend he might walk back in at any moment. This wasn't healthy grieving. This was pathological inability to accept loss. But nobody could tell Victoria that. She was the queen, and more importantly, she was in so much pain that any attempt to push her toward healthy coping mechanisms would have been cruel. So they let her do what she needed to do, hoping that eventually time would soften the blow and she'd be able to function again. But in those first hours and days after Albert's death, that outcome seemed very uncertain. Victoria wasn't eating. She wasn't sleeping properly. She was existing in a fog of grief so thick that basic survival seemed questionable. And underneath all that grief was a growing rage that needed a target. She couldn't be angry at Albert for dying. He was perfect, was her angel, could do no wrong. She couldn't be angry at God, though she probably wanted to be. She couldn't be angry at the doctors, even though their useless treatment certainly hadn't helped. She needed someone to blame, someone to hold responsible for this catastrophe that had destroyed her life, and there was Bertie. Her disappointing eldest son, the boy who'd caused Albert such distress in his final weeks, the one who'd committed that terrible sin that had upset Albert so badly. The one who, in Victoria's grief-warped reasoning, had basically killed his father through his immoral behaviour. Never mind that this was completely irrational. Never mind that Bertie had just lost his father too, that he was also grieving, that he was a young man barely out of his teenage years who'd watched his father die while knowing his mother blamed him for it. Victoria needed a target for her rage, and Bertie was right there, conveniently already disappointing, already the family problem child. The groundwork was being laid for one of the most toxic mother-son relationships in royal history. But in those immediate hours after Albert's death, that hadn't fully crystallised yet. Victoria was still in shock, still trying to comprehend the incomprehensible, still existing in that space where the full weight of loss hasn't quite settled, but you know it's coming, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Albert was dead. The person who'd held Victoria's life together was gone. The foundation had collapsed, and the whole structure that had been built on top of it was about to come crashing down in spectacular and devastating fashion. The next 40 years were going to be defined by this moment, by this death. by Victoria's inability to process loss in anything resembling a healthy way. But right now, in these first hours of December the 15th, 1861, as dawn broke over Windsor Castle, and Victoria sat in shock surrounded by her children and advisers who had no idea how to help her, the full scope of the disaster hadn't yet revealed itself. They just knew that Albert was dead, Victoria was broken, and nothing was ever going to be the same again. The night when everything collapsed had passed, but the collapse itself was just beginning. The real disaster, Victoria's decades-long grief-fueled persecution of her son, her transformation into the Widow of Windsor, her attempt to reshape the monarchy around the worship of a dead man, all of that was still to come. This was just the opening act of a tragedy that would play out for the rest of Victoria's very long life. In the days and weeks following Albert's death, Victoria didn't just grieve, she unravelled. And when I say unravelled, I mean her psychological state deteriorated so severely that if this were happening today, someone would have called emergency psychiatric services and had her admitted for observation. But this was 1861, and you couldn't exactly commit the Queen of England to an asylum no matter how badly she needed professional mental health intervention. The acute phase of Victoria's grief was terrifying to witness. This wasn't someone crying a lot and needing support, which would have been completely normal and understandable. This was someone experiencing a psychological crisis so severe that the people around her genuinely feared she might be losing her mind permanently. And given her family history, that fear wasn't irrational. Let's talk about that family history for a moment, because it's crucial to understanding why everyone was so worried. Victoria's grandfather was King George III, who was famous for two things: losing the American colonies and going spectacularly, dramatically insane. George III's madness became the stuff of legend. He'd talk to trees, believing they were foreign dignitaries. He'd claim he was married to Lady Pembroke while his actual wife stood right there. He'd become violent, requiring physical restraint. He'd speak nonsense for hours, his mind completely detached from reality. Modern medical analysis suggests George III probably had porphyria, a blood disorder that can cause neurological symptoms including hallucinations, paranoia, and confusion. But in the early 1800s, they just knew the king had gone mad, and it was a massive scandal that raised serious questions about whether the monarchy could continue with an insane person on the throne. Eventually, they had to appoint George's son as Prince Regent to actually run the country, while George III lived out his final years in his own private reality. This history haunted the royal family. Mental illness was known to run in families. They didn't understand genetics in the modern sense, but they'd observed enough patterns to know that madness could be inherited. And Victoria knew this. She'd always been aware that her grandfather's insanity was part of her lineage, part of what she might have inherited along with the crown. And now, in the depths of her grief, Victoria became convinced she was following in George III's footsteps straight into madness. She'd feel her mind slipping away from her, feel reality becoming unstable, feel herself losing the ability to think clearly or control her emotions. And she'd panic, because the one thing worse than losing Albert was losing her sanity and becoming like her grandfather, trapped in delusions while others made decisions about her life and her throne. The symptoms Victoria exhibited were genuinely alarming. She'd have episodes where she'd run through Windsor Castle, literally run, not walk quickly but actually run, holding her head with both hands and crying out that she was losing her mind. Servants would hear her in the corridors, this desperate, terrified voice saying, "I'm going mad, I'm going mad, I can feel it happening." Picture that scene for a moment. The Queen of England, 42 years old, running through her own palace in a state of complete panic, convinced her sanity is crumbling. The staff not knowing whether to try to stop her or just get out of the way. Her children hearing their mother's anguished cries and not knowing how to help. The doctors being summoned but having absolutely no idea how to treat what was essentially a severe psychological crisis combined with complicated grief. Victorian medicine was spectacularly unequipped to handle mental health issues. Their understanding of psychology was basically strong people control their emotions, weak people don't. They had some vague concepts about nervous disorders and hysteria, which was a catch-all term for pretty much any psychological or emotional problem in women, but their treatment options were limited to rest, sedatives, and hoping the person eventually felt better on their own. So what did they do for Victoria? They gave her laudanum, which is opium mixed with alcohol, because nothing says quality mental health care like giving a psychologically unstable person addictive drugs. They encouraged rest, which Victoria couldn't really do because her brain was in crisis mode. They brought in clergy to provide spiritual comfort, which probably didn't help much when Victoria was experiencing what sounds like acute psychological trauma and possibly dissociative episodes. The dissociative episodes were particularly concerning. Victoria would sometimes seem to be in the room physically but not mentally present. She'd stare into space, not responding to people speaking to her, appearing to be in some internal world where external reality couldn't reach her. Then she'd snap back suddenly, often disoriented and frightened because she'd lost time and didn't fully remember where she was or what had just happened. This is classic dissociation, a psychological defense mechanism where the mind basically checks out when reality becomes too overwhelming to process. It's the brain's emergency brake, yanking you out of the present moment because the present moment is too painful to experience directly. Modern trauma therapy recognizes dissociation as a serious symptom that requires professional intervention. Victorian England recognized it as the Queen is acting very strange and hoped it would pass. Victoria's sleeping patterns collapsed entirely. She couldn't sleep in her own bed. It reminded her too much of sleeping next to Albert for 21 years. She couldn't sleep in Albert's bed. That was too painful because he wasn't there. She ended up sleeping, when she slept at all, in a chair or on a sofa in various rooms around the castle, essentially wandering around trying to find somewhere that didn't hurt too much to exist in. Insomnia is a common grief symptom, but Victoria's sleep disturbance went beyond that. She'd be awake for days at a time, just sitting in rooms surrounded by Albert's belongings, crying or staring into space or writing obsessive letters about her grief. Then she'd crash for a few hours, wake up disoriented, and the cycle would start again. This kind of severe sleep disruption only made her psychological state worse, because your brain cannot function properly without adequate sleep. The eating was also a problem. Victoria had never had a particularly healthy relationship with food. She was known for eating quickly and in large quantities, probably as a form of stress management. But after Albert's death, she'd swing between not eating at all for extended periods, and then consuming food compulsively when someone forced her to eat something. Neither pattern was healthy, and the weight fluctuations combined with everything else just added to her physical and mental instability. She also developed obsessive-compulsive behaviours around Albert's belongings and spaces. His rooms had to be maintained exactly as he'd left them, not just kept clean, but kept precisely as they were on December 14th, 1861. His clothes had to stay in his wardrobe in the same arrangement. His desk had to remain as he'd left it, with his papers and pens in the exact same positions. His water and towels had to be changed daily as if he was still using them. This wasn't just sentiment or memorial practice. This was obsessive ritualization. Victoria believed that maintaining these spaces exactly as Albert had left them would somehow keep him present, keep him from being completely gone. She'd visit his rooms and talk to him as if he could hear her. She'd touch his belongings as if that physical contact could bridge the gap between life and death. In modern psychological terms, this is complicated grief disorder with obsessive-compulsive features. Victoria couldn't accept Albert's death, so she created an elaborate system of behaviours designed to deny that death had really happened. The problem was that these behaviours, while they might have provided temporary comfort, prevented her from actually processing her grief and moving forward. The most disturbing aspect was Victoria's expressed death wishes. She'd tell people she wanted to die, that she couldn't bear living without Albert, that she saw no point in continuing to exist. She'd say things like, "I wish I could follow him," or "Why did it have to be him and not me?" These statements worried everyone around her because while they might have been expressions of grief rather than actual suicidal intent, the line between the two can be very thin. Victorian attitudes towards suicide were complicated. It was considered both a sin and a crime. People who attempted suicide could be prosecuted if they survived. But obviously nobody was going to prosecute the Queen of England if she expressed suicidal thoughts. They just worried quietly and watched her closely and hoped she wouldn't actually try anything. The fear of going mad consumed Victoria in a way that almost became a self-fulfilling prophecy. She'd monitor her own thoughts obsessively, looking for signs of insanity. She'd interpret normal grief responses as evidence of mental deterioration. Every time she felt confused or disoriented or emotionally overwhelmed, all normal responses to severe trauma and grief, She'd panic that she was following in George III's footsteps. This hypervigilance about her own mental state actually made things worse. It's like if you constantly check to see if you're breathing correctly, eventually you'll convince yourself you're not breathing right, even though your breathing was fine until you started obsessing about it. Victoria's constant fear that she was going mad created anxiety that mimicked symptoms of mental illness, which then reinforced her fear, creating a vicious cycle. Princess Alice, God bless her, was holding the entire household together during this crisis. She was 18 years old, had just lost her father, and now had to manage her mother's psychological breakdown while also grieving herself. Alice made sure Victoria ate something. She sat with her mother during the worst episodes. She ran interference between Victoria and the government officials who needed decisions made. She basically became the functional adult in the family because the actual adults were either dead or psychologically collapsed. The other children were dealing with their own grief while watching their mother fall apart, which must have been absolutely traumatic. The younger ones, Leopold, Arthur, Beatrice, were probably protected from the worst of it by being children who weren't entirely aware of how serious things were. But the older children, Alfred, Helena, Louise, they saw it all. They watched their mother run through the castle crying about losing her mind. They heard her sobbing at night. They witnessed the dissociative episodes and the obsessive behaviours and the complete inability to function. And Bertie, remember, was watching all of this while knowing, or at least believing, that his mother blamed him for causing it. Every time Victoria looked at him, he could see the accusation in her eyes. Every time she had one of these episodes, he probably wondered if she was thinking, "This is your fault. You killed your father and drove me to madness." The guilt must have been crushing, even though none of this was actually his fault. The government was getting increasingly worried about the constitutional implications of having a psychologically unstable monarch. Britain ran on the principle that the monarch was supposed to reign but not necessarily rule. Parliament and the Prime Minister handled most actual governance. But the monarch still had important roles to play in terms of signing documents, meeting with officials, maintaining the symbolic structure of government, and Victoria couldn't do any of that. She couldn't focus long enough to read official documents. She couldn't meet with government officials without breaking down. She couldn't fulfill even the basic ceremonial functions of her role, because she was too psychologically devastated to function in any capacity. Behind closed doors, there were quiet discussions about what to do if Victoria didn't recover. Could they declare her unfit to rule? Would they need a regency like they'd had with George III? Who would serve as regent? Bertie was legally old enough, but Victoria had made clear she didn't trust him with any responsibility. The whole constitutional structure was wobbling because the person at the top of it was in psychological freefall. The doctors were out of their depth and knew it. They could prescribe laudanum and recommend rest, but they couldn't actually treat the underlying psychological trauma. Victorian medicine had no concept of PTSD, no understanding of grief therapy, no tools for helping someone process profound loss in a healthy way. They were basically hoping Victoria would eventually feel better on her own, which is not a great treatment plan for someone in acute psychiatric crisis. Some of the more forward-thinking medical people around Victoria probably recognised that she needed more intensive intervention than she was getting. But what were they going to do? There was no psychiatric hospitalisation for the Queen of England. There were no therapists or counsellors who could help her work through her trauma. There was no medication that could address the actual problem rather than just sedating her. Victorian mental health care was basically keep the person from hurting themselves or others and hope they eventually stabilise. The palace staff was walking on eggshells constantly. They never knew when Victoria might have one of her episodes. They'd hear her running through the corridors at 2 a.m, crying about losing her mind. They'd find her sitting in Albert's rooms talking to his ghost. They'd be summoned to her presence only to find her so dissociated that she didn't seem to recognise them. It was disturbing and frightening, and nobody knew how to help. Victoria's fear of going mad was made worse by the fact that she'd always had intense emotions and a volatile temper. Throughout her life, she'd experienced mood swings that in modern terms might suggest bipolar tendencies, or at least significant emotional dysregulation. She'd go from euphoric happiness to intense rage within minutes. She'd have dramatic outbursts followed by periods of depression. Albert had been her emotional regulator. When she was upset, he could calm her down. When she was spinning out, he could bring her back to centre. Now Albert was gone, and Victoria had no way to regulate her own emotions. Every feeling was amplified to an unbearable degree. The grief was overwhelming, The fear was paralyzing. The anger, and there was so much anger lurking under the grief, was volcanic. Without Albert to help her modulate these intense emotions, Victoria was just experiencing them all at full blast with no way to turn down the volume. The anger, by the way, was starting to crystallize around Bertie. In her more lucid moments, Victoria would talk about how Bertie's behaviour had caused Albert such distress, how that distress had weakened Albert, how Albert might still be alive if not for the Cambridge incident. This was completely irrational thinking. Albert died of typhoid fever, not disappointment in his son, but grief doesn't follow rational patterns, and Victoria needed someone to blame. The letters Victoria wrote during this period are genuinely disturbing to read. Not because they're badly written. Victoria could always express herself clearly when she wanted to, but because they reveal a mind in serious crisis. She'd write about feeling like she was in a nightmare she couldn't wake from. She'd describe sensation of her mind breaking apart. She'd express such absolute despair that life without Albert was impossible, that you understand why everyone around her was worried she might actually try to end things. She also wrote obsessively about Albert, describing him in terms that bordered on worship. He wasn't just a good husband or a capable advisor, he was perfect, was an angel, was the only thing that had ever given her life meaning. She was constructing a mythology around him, transforming the real Albert into an idealized figure that could never have existed. This idealization made her grief worse because she wasn't mourning a real person anymore. She was mourning a saint she'd created in her mind. The transformation of Windsor Castle into essentially a shrine to Albert was part of this pathology. Victoria didn't just want to preserve his rooms, she wanted to preserve the entire castle as a monument to his memory. Everything had to stay as it had been when he was alive. No changes, no updates, no moving forward. The entire palace was frozen in time on December 14th, 1861, because Victoria couldn't accept that time was still moving forward without Albert in it. This extended to her own appearance. She decided she'd wear mourning clothes, full black, widow's weeds, the whole Victorian grief costume, for the rest of her life. Not just for a year or two, which was standard practice, but permanently. She was going to be the widow of Windsor forever, defining herself entirely through her loss rather than through who she was or what she could still do with her life. The problem with this decision was that it locked Victoria into her grief. Every morning when she got dressed in black, she was reinforcing the identity of grieving widow. Every time she looked in the mirror and saw the mourning clothes, she was reminding herself of her loss. Instead of allowing herself to gradually move forward, she was building a lifestyle around staying in the same place emotionally forever. The household tried various strategies to help Victoria move past the acute crisis phase. They'd suggest small outings, maybe a short walk in the gardens. They'd try to interest her in her remaining children. Wouldn't she like to spend time with little Beatrice? They'd attempt to engage her with government business. There were documents that needed her attention. Nothing worked. Victoria was stuck in her grief and didn't want to be unstuck. Part of this was probably a fear that moving forward would mean betraying Albert's memory. If she stopped grieving so intensely, if she started to feel better, if she found any kind of joy or satisfaction in life again, wouldn't that mean she was forgetting him? Wouldn't that diminish what they'd had together? In Victoria's mind, staying in grief was a way of honouring Albert, of showing that he'd been so important that life without him couldn't possibly go on normally. But staying in acute grief for months on end was destroying Victoria's physical and mental health. The stress was aging her rapidly. The lack of sleep was impairing her cognitive function. The obsessive behaviours were taking over more and more of her mental space. The dissociative episodes were becoming more frequent. She was getting worse, not better, and everyone could see it. The fear of ending up like George III wasn't helping. Victoria would sometimes have moments of clarity where she'd realise how badly she was functioning, and that realisation would trigger fresh panic about whether she was going insane. Then the panic would trigger more symptoms, which would make her think she was going even more mad, creating another vicious cycle. There's a particular tragedy in Victoria being so afraid of going mad that the fear itself mimicked madness. Her grandfather's insanity had been organic. His brain chemistry was genuinely altered by disease. Victoria's problems were psychological trauma and grief, which are painful and debilitating, but not the same as being clinically insane. But she couldn't see that distinction. To her, any loss of mental control meant she was following George III's path. The months immediately after Albert's death were the worst. January, February, March of 1862 found Victoria still in acute crisis, still unable to function, still experiencing episodes where she feared she was losing her sanity permanently. The household was exhausted from trying to manage her. The government was quietly making contingency plans in case she never recovered. Her children were traumatized from watching their mother's psychological collapse while trying to process their own grief. And through it all, Victoria was trapped in this feedback loop of grief and fear and obsessive behaviour that she couldn't break free from. She needed professional help that didn't exist yet. She needed trauma therapy that wouldn't be invented for another century. She needed medication that could actually address her symptoms rather than just sedating her into temporary unconsciousness. She needed time and space to process her loss without the pressure of being Queen of England. She got none of those things. What she got was a lot of well-meaning but ineffective attempts to help from people who had no training or expertise in handling this kind of psychiatric emergency. What she got was enough laudanum to probably cause its own problems. What she got was pressure to pull herself together and get back to work because the empire needed governing and there was nobody else to do it. Eventually, very gradually, the acute crisis phase would ease. Not because Victoria got proper treatment, but because human brains have some ability to adapt even to severe trauma given enough time. The episodes of running through the castle would become less frequent. The dissociative states would become shorter and less intense. The fear of going mad would recede slightly as Victoria became more certain she wasn't actually going to end up like George III, but the underlying damage would remain. Victoria would never fully recover from Albert's death. She'd never return to being the person she was before. The acute crisis would fade, but it would be replaced by chronic depression, persistent anxiety, and an obsessive dedication to Albert's memory that would dominate the rest of her very long life. And the anger at Bertie would solidify from something fluid and confused into something hard and permanent. As Victoria's mind cleared enough to form coherent thoughts again, she'd construct a narrative about Albert's death that placed Bertie at the centre as the villain. That narrative would become her truth, the foundation of how she understood what had happened and why she'd lost everything that mattered to her. As the acute crisis phase of Victoria's grief slowly eased, and by slowly I mean over the course of months, not weeks, what emerged wasn't a recovering widow gradually returning to normal life. What emerged was something much stranger and more disturbing. Victoria transformed her mourning into essentially a religious cult, with herself as the high priestess and Albert as the deceased deity who required constant worship and propitiation. This wasn't your standard Victorian mourning, which was already pretty intense by modern standards. Victorian society had elaborate mourning customs, specific clothing for different stages of grief, restrictions on social activities, prescribed periods for full mourning versus half mourning. It was a whole system designed to publicly demonstrate your sorrow, while also providing a structured path back to normal life eventually. Victoria looked at these customs and said, "Those are good, but I'm going to take them and amplify them by about 1,000% and maintain them forever." She wasn't interested in a structured path back to normal life. She was interested in creating a permanent state of mourning that would consume the rest of her existence, and, if she had her way, the existence of everyone around her. The black clothing was the most visible symbol of this. Victorian widows were expected to wear full mourning, entirely black clothing, black veils, black jewellery made from jet, for at least a year after their husband's death. Then they'd transition to half mourning, which allowed some white or purple accents, before eventually returning to normal colours after 2 or 3 years. Victoria wore black for the remaining 40 years of her life. Not occasionally, not just for formal events, every single day until she died in 1901. She became so associated with black clothing that people started calling her the Widow of Windsor, and the nickname stuck. She transformed herself into a walking monument to grief, a permanent reminder that she'd lost the love of her life and would never, ever move on. This wasn't just about clothing choices. This was Victoria making a statement about her identity. She was no longer Queen Victoria, ruler of the British Empire. She was Victoria, Albert's widow. Everything else was secondary to that defining characteristic. She'd built her entire personality around being Albert's wife, and when he died she couldn't construct a new identity, so she just remained frozen as the grieving widow forever. The physical manifestations of this cult were everywhere in Windsor Castle and the other royal residences. Albert's rooms were preserved exactly as he'd left them. His clothes stayed in the wardrobe, arranged precisely as they'd been. His personal items remained on surfaces, his brushes, his papers, his books, all untouched. It was like a museum exhibit titled The Last Day of Prince Albert, except this museum was inside a functioning palace, and nobody was allowed to change anything ever. But Victoria took it further than just preservation. She instituted daily rituals around these preserved spaces that bordered on the supernatural. Every evening, servants had to lay out fresh clothes for Albert on his bed, as if he was going to come back and dress for dinner. They had to fill his wash basin with fresh water and hang clean towels, as if he might need to wash his hands. They had to maintain everything as if Albert was just temporarily absent and might return at any moment. This went on for decades. For 40 years, servants at Windsor Castle were changing water and laying out clothes for a dead man. The absurdity of it didn't seem to register with Victoria. Or maybe it did, and she just didn't care because these rituals gave her comfort, gave her a way to pretend that Albert wasn't really gone, that he was just in the next room or away on a trip. Then there was the plaster cast. Shortly after Albert's death, Victoria had commissioned several casts to be made of his hand. This was a common Victorian practice, actually. Making death masks and casts of hands and feet was how people created physical mementos of deceased loved ones before photography became widespread. But what Victoria did with these casts went beyond normal memorial practice. She kept one cast next to her bed. She'd hold it when she went to sleep, this cold plaster replica of Albert's hand, as if the physical form could somehow provide the comfort that the actual person had once provided. She'd sleep with this object, talk to it, treat it like it was actually Albert rather than just a copy of one small part of him made from plaster and paint. The modern equivalent would be like sleeping with a wax hand from Madame Tussauds every night for 40 years. It's the kind of behaviour that, if your friend told you they were doing it, you gently suggest they might want to talk to someone about their grief. But Victoria was the Queen of England, so instead of intervention, she got servants tasked with making sure the plaster hand was always within reach. She also commissioned countless portraits, busts, and statues of Albert. They went up everywhere, in palaces and public spaces and gardens. Britain became dotted with Albert memorials because Victoria couldn't stand the thought of people forgetting what he looked like. The most famous is the Albert Memorial in London, this massive Gothic monument that's so elaborate it looks like they were trying to build a shrine to a saint, rather than a memorial to a prince consort. The Albert Memorial took over a decade to build and cost a fortune. The modern equivalent would be tens of millions of pounds. It features a massive statue of Albert surrounded by allegorical figures representing the arts, sciences, commerce, and agriculture, because apparently a simple statue wouldn't adequately convey Albert's importance to civilization itself. The whole thing is gilded and ornate and absolutely over the top, which was exactly what Victoria wanted. Subtlety was not the goal here. She also built the Royal Albert Hall as a memorial, founded various institutions in his name, and basically tried to stamp Albert was here on as much of Britain as possible. It was grief-driven urban planning, an attempt to reshape the physical landscape to reflect her internal emotional landscape, where Albert was the centre of everything. Inside the palaces, Victoria created what can only be described as shrines. Not just preserved rooms, but actual shrine-like spaces where objects associated with Albert were displayed with the kind of reverence usually reserved for religious relics. A chair he'd sat in would be roped off so nobody else could sit there. A pen he'd used would be kept under glass like it was the Holy Grail. Every object he'd touched became sacred, untouchable, worthy of veneration. The obsession with physical objects was profound and kind of disturbing. Victoria collected things that had belonged to Albert, things he'd touched, things he'd looked at, things that reminded her of him in any way. She'd keep locks of his hair, pieces of his clothing, notes he'd written. Normal widow behaviour, except Victoria did it to such an extreme degree that it stopped being sweet remembrance and started being obsessive hoarding of death-related objects. She'd also commissioned new objects designed to keep Albert's memory alive. Jewellery featuring his image or locks of his hair, decorative items with his monogram, commissioned paintings showing Albert in various contexts, often with Victoria gazing at him adoringly. It was like she was trying to physically manifest her memories, to create so many objects associated with Albert that he couldn't really be gone because his stuff was still everywhere. The daily rituals Victoria created around Albert's memory were elaborate and unbreakable. She'd visit his rooms every day, sometimes multiple times a day. She'd talk to him, tell him about what was happening, ask for his guidance on decisions. She'd read through his old letters and papers. She'd just sit in his spaces, surrounded by his belongings, trying to feel close to him through physical proximity to his objects. Mealtimes included setting a place for Albert. Not using his plate or silverware, those were preserved, but literally setting a place at the table as if he was dining with them. This meant that for decades the royal family ate dinner with an empty chair and unused place setting for a dead man. The surreal absurdity of this didn't seem to bother Victoria, or if it did, the comfort it provided outweighed the absurdity. She'd also carry on imaginary conversations with Albert. Not in a psychotic hearing voices way. Victoria wasn't hallucinating that Albert was actually talking to her. But she'd talk to him as if he could hear her, ask him questions and then imagine what he would have said, make decisions based on what she thought Albert would have wanted. It was like having an imaginary friend, except the imaginary friend was her dead husband, and she was basing major political and personal decisions on what she imagined he'd say. This gets into interesting psychological territory. Victoria was essentially using Albert as an internal regulatory figure. When she felt uncertain or overwhelmed, she'd consult this internalized version of him to figure out what to do. But the problem was that her internalized Albert was a construct, a creation based on her memories and her grief, and her need for guidance. The real Albert might have given very different advice than imaginary grief Albert, but Victoria couldn't see that distinction. Now let's talk about how this cult of Albert affected Victoria's children, because this is where things get really dark. Victoria didn't just expect to mourn Albert for the rest of her life, she expected her children to mourn him forever too. She wanted them to join her in this permanent state of grief, to structure their lives around the memory of their dead father, to never fully move on or be happy again because being happy would mean they'd forgotten Albert. The children were expected to wear mourning clothing for years after Albert's death, not just for the socially acceptable period, but for years. They were supposed to dress in black or grey, avoid bright colours, maintain this appearance of perpetual sorrow. For the younger children especially, this must have been absolutely miserable. Imagine being a kid and being told you have to wear sad colours forever because your dad died and your mum says being happy is disrespectful to his memory. Victoria monitored her children's behaviour obsessively for any signs that they weren't mourning properly. If someone laughed too loudly, if they seemed too cheerful, if they appeared to be enjoying themselves, Victoria would view this as betrayal. How could they be happy when Albert was dead? How could they laugh when she was in such pain? Their grief was supposed to match hers in intensity and duration, and anything less was viewed as insufficient love for their father. This created an absolutely toxic family environment, where normal human emotions like joy or contentment, or even just relief from sadness, were considered unacceptable. The children had to constantly monitor their own feelings and expressions to make sure they weren't accidentally appearing too happy in their mother's presence. It was emotional suppression, enforced through maternal guilt and disapproval. The children weren't allowed to have normal coming-of-age celebrations. No parties, no balls, no festivities. Everything that might involve joy or celebration was forbidden because Victoria was in mourning and expected everyone to mourn with her. Princess Louise, who turned 16 in 1864, was denied a proper debut into society because Victoria said it would be inappropriate given the family's grief. Never mind that Albert had been dead for 3 years at that point. Victoria's grief had no expiration date, so neither did the restrictions on her children's lives. The younger children growing up in this environment were particularly affected. Leopold, Arthur and Beatrice spent their formative years in what was essentially a household ruled by grief and death. Their childhood memories weren't of a lively, warm family home. They were of a cold, sad place where their mother was always crying, where everything reminded everyone of the dead father they barely remembered, where they had to be quiet and sombre, because any display of childish energy might upset Victoria. Beatrice, the youngest, had been only 4 when Albert died. She barely knew her father, yet her entire childhood was dominated by grief for someone she couldn't really remember. Victoria kept Beatrice close, rarely let her out of sight, trained her from an early age to be the devoted daughter who would stay with Victoria forever and help maintain the cult of Albert. It was emotional manipulation disguised as mother-daughter bonding. The household staff had to participate in this performance too. They couldn't appear cheerful in Victoria's presence. They couldn't make noise or create any sense of liveliness. The palaces operated in this perpetual state of subdued gloom where everyone was supposed to be respectfully sad all the time. For the people who actually worked there, who had their own lives and families and problems, having to maintain this performance of perpetual mourning must have been exhausting. Victoria also used Albert's memory as a weapon to control her children's behaviour. If they did something she disapproved of, she'd tell them their father would be disappointed, that they were dishonouring his memory, that they were causing his spirit pain. This is particularly cruel because the children couldn't defend themselves. How do you argue with, "Your dead father would be ashamed of you"? Victoria had turned Albert into an omniscient judge whose disapproval could be invoked at any moment to enforce compliance. The irony is that the real Albert probably wouldn't have wanted any of this. He'd been dedicated to progress, to moving forward, to improving Britain through innovation and change. The idea of his family freezing in place for decades, trapped in grief, unable to move forward, that would have horrified him. But Victoria wasn't mourning the real Albert anymore. She was worshipping the idealised Albert she'd constructed, and that idealised Albert wanted exactly what she wanted, which was convenient for her but terrible for everyone else. The preservation of Albert's rooms became a kind of mausoleum that the family had to navigate around. Whole sections of the palaces were essentially off-limits because they were being maintained as Albert had left them. The children couldn't use those spaces, couldn't change anything, couldn't even breathe too loudly in case it disturbed the sacred atmosphere. It was like living in a museum, except the museum was also your home and you couldn't actually touch or use anything. Victoria's bedroom became another shrine. She kept Albert's nightclothes laid out on his side of the bed every night. His slippers were placed by the bed as if he might need them. A photograph of him on his deathbed, which is exactly as morbid as it sounds, was kept near her bed so it was one of the first things she saw when she woke up, and one of the last things she saw before sleep. She was surrounding herself with constant reminders of death and loss. The photograph of Albert's deathbed deserves special mention because it so perfectly encapsulates Victorian attitudes toward death that we find deeply weird today. The Victorians were absolutely obsessed with death photography, taking pictures of deceased people, sometimes posed as if they were sleeping or even propped up with living family members. It was supposed to provide comfort and a lasting memory. Victoria had multiple photographs of Albert's corpse and kept them displayed in her private rooms. Modern people would find this disturbing, and honestly it is disturbing, but Victoria found it comforting. She could look at those images and remember Albert's face in death, could preserve that final image forever. The fact that it was deeply macabre apparently didn't bother her. Death wasn't something to be hidden away. It was something to be documented, displayed, incorporated into daily life. The cult extended to Albert's birthday and death anniversary, which became major events on the royal calendar. December 14th, the anniversary of Albert's death, was observed like a holy day. The family had to gather, had to participate in memorial services, had to spend the day in sombre reflection. Albert's birthday was similarly marked with ceremonies and remembrances. These weren't optional observances, they were mandatory participation in Victoria's grief cult. For decades, every December 14th, the family would gather at Windsor Castle to mark the anniversary of Albert's death. They'd visit his rooms, lay wreaths at memorials, attend services. It was an annual ritual of communal mourning that nobody was allowed to skip. And Victoria monitored everyone's participation carefully. If you didn't seem sufficiently grief-stricken, if you appeared to be going through the motions rather than genuinely mourning, she'd let you know that your devotion to Albert's memory was inadequate. The children who married and moved away weren't exempt from this. Victoria expected them to observe these anniversaries wherever they were, to maintain the cult of Albert even when they'd established their own households. She'd write letters checking that they'd properly marked the day, that they'd taught their own children about their grandfather Albert, that they were keeping the faith, so to speak. This expectation that the grief would be generational, that Victoria's grandchildren would also mourn a man they'd never met, that the cult of Albert would perpetuate indefinitely, shows how completely Victoria had lost perspective. Normal grief eventually eases, normal mourning eventually ends. But Victoria was trying to institutionalise her grief, to make it a permanent feature of the royal family's identity. The transformation of Windsor Castle and other royal residences into essentially shrines to Albert affected their functionality as working palaces. You couldn't update or modernise spaces because that would mean changing things from how Albert had known them. You couldn't adapt to new needs or circumstances because adaptation meant moving forward, and moving forward meant leaving Albert further behind. The palaces became frozen in time, increasingly outdated and impractical, because Victoria's grief took precedence over everything, including basic functionality. The staff had to maintain this elaborate illusion despite the practical difficulties it created. Preserving rooms exactly as they were meant fighting against dust, decay, deterioration. Laying out clothes and towels daily for a dead man meant extra work that served no practical purpose. Organising memorial ceremonies and maintaining memorials meant resources devoted to the past rather than the present. It was operationally inefficient and emotionally draining, but Victoria's wishes were absolute. The creation of what contemporary observers started calling the Kingdom of Death wasn't just about Victoria's personal grief. It had political implications. The monarch was supposed to be a visible, active presence in public life. Victoria's withdrawal into mourning meant she largely disappeared from public view. She stopped attending Parliament, stopped appearing at ceremonies, stopped fulfilling many of the ceremonial functions that were part of being queen. She essentially abdicated her public role while maintaining her private power. This led to a constitutional crisis of sorts. Britain had a queen who was physically present but functionally absent, who maintained her authority but refused to exercise it publicly. The government had to work around Victoria's grief-induced reclusiveness, which was awkward and sometimes difficult. Republicans started questioning whether Britain needed a monarchy at all, if the monarch wasn't going to actually show up and do the job, but Victoria didn't care about any of that. Her priority was maintaining her grief, honouring Albert's memory, and forcing everyone around her to participate in her eternal mourning. The political consequences of her behaviour were secondary to her emotional needs. She'd built her identity around being Albert's widow, and she was going to maintain that identity regardless of what it cost her family, her household, or her country. The children who tried to push back against this found themselves facing Victoria's full wrath. Princess Alice, who'd been so supportive during the immediate crisis, started gently suggesting that maybe Victoria should engage more with life, maybe ease up on the perpetual mourning, maybe let the younger children have some normalcy. Victoria's response was to accuse Alice of being unfeeling, of not properly loving her father, of betraying his memory. The message was clear. You mourn forever on Victoria's terms, or you're a bad person who didn't really love Albert. This is emotional blackmail in its purest form. Victoria was using the memory of Albert and the children's love for their father to control their behaviour and enforce her will. Anyone who questioned the cult was automatically branded as disloyal to Albert, which was an accusation the children couldn't effectively defend against without seeming callous about their dead father. The isolation this created was profound. Victoria had isolated herself emotionally and physically in her grief, and she demanded that her children join her in that isolation. They weren't supposed to have their own independent lives or identities. They were supposed to be supporting characters in Victoria's ongoing tragedy, their sole purpose being to help maintain the cult of Albert and validate Victoria's eternal mourning. For the children still living at home, Helena, Louise, Leopold, Arthur, Beatrice, life was particularly difficult. They were trapped in this oppressive environment where joy was forbidden, where they had to constantly perform grief they didn't necessarily feel, where their mother was emotionally unavailable except to police their mourning behaviour. It's no wonder that several of Victoria's children developed significant psychological problems. Growing up in the Kingdom of Death takes a toll. The disproportionate focus on physical objects, the preserved rooms, the plaster hands, the endless portraits and busts and memorials, reveals something important about Victoria's psychological state. She was trying to hold on to Albert through his things because she couldn't hold on to the actual person. It's a kind of magical thinking where if you can just preserve enough of someone's belongings, arrange them correctly, maintain the right rituals, somehow that person isn't really gone. But of course it doesn't work that way. All those preserved objects didn't bring Albert back. All those rituals didn't ease Victoria's grief. All those memorials didn't fill the void his death left. They just created an elaborate structure of denial that allowed Victoria to avoid actually processing her loss and moving forward with her life. And the really tragic part is that this cult of Albert, this kingdom of death that Victoria created, didn't just affect her remaining years. It affected her children's entire lives, shaped how they related to each other and their own families, created patterns of dysfunction that would echo through generations. Victoria's inability to grieve in a healthy way didn't just damage her, it damaged everyone around her, particularly the children who had no choice but to live in the world she created. The cult of the dead husband wasn't love, it was pathology. It was grief gone so wrong that it transformed into something that hurt everyone it touched. And it was going to continue for 4 more decades, with Victoria as the high priestess maintaining these rituals and enforcing these rules until she finally died in 1901 at the age of 81, still wearing black, still sleeping with that plaster. Hand still trapped in the grief that had consumed her on December 14th, 1861. Now we need to talk about how Victoria took her grief, her rage, and her desperate need to find someone to blame for Albert's death, and focused all of it on her 20-year-old son like a laser beam of maternal rejection. This is where years of disappointment in Bertie, combined with catastrophic grief and completely irrational thinking, created one of the most toxic mother-son relationships in royal history. The narrative Victoria constructed went like this. Bertie had committed a terrible sexual sin by sleeping with that actress, Nellie Clifton. This sin had devastated Albert, who travelled to Cambridge to confront Bertie about it. The confrontation and the journey had weakened Albert. That weakness had made him vulnerable to illness. Therefore Bertie's immoral behaviour had killed his father. It was a simple chain of cause and effect in Victoria's mind, and she believed it absolutely. Never mind that this logic was completely insane. Never mind that people don't die of disappointment in their children. If they did, humanity would have gone extinct generations ago. Never mind that Albert died of typhoid fever, which is caused by bacteria, not by being upset about your son's sex life. Victoria needed someone to blame, and she'd constructed a narrative that gave her permission to blame Bertie for everything. The interesting thing about this narrative is how Victoria had to ignore or reinterpret basically every fact about Albert's death to make it work. Albert had been sick before the Cambridge trip. That was inconvenient, so Victoria minimised it. Albert had chosen to make the trip despite being unwell. That was also inconvenient, so Victoria framed it as Albert being so devastated that he had no choice but to go confront his wayward son. Albert had chosen to walk around Cambridge in the rain. Victoria reframed this as Albert being so distraught he wasn't thinking clearly. Every decision Albert made, every choice that contributed to his worsening condition, Victoria transformed from Albert did this to Bertie made Albert do this. It was spectacular mental gymnastics, the kind of logical contortions that would win. Gold medals at the Olympics of irrational thinking. But Victoria needed this narrative, so she built it brick by brick, ignoring any evidence that didn't fit. The medical reality was straightforward. Albert contracted typhoid fever, probably from contaminated water or food, and died because Victorian medicine couldn't treat it effectively. The timing of his illness happened to coincide with the Bertie scandal, but correlation isn't causation. People got typhoid all the time in 1861. It was depressingly common, especially in cities where sanitation was terrible. Albert's death was tragic, but not mysterious. He got sick and the doctors couldn't save him. But Victoria couldn't accept this. Random illness killing the person she loved most. Meaningless suffering with no one to blame. That was unbearable. She needed Albert's death to mean something, to be someone's fault, to have a villain she could hate. And Bertie, who'd been disappointing her his entire life, was right there, conveniently guilty of something that Albert had been upset about. The narrative practically wrote itself. In the immediate aftermath of Albert's death, Victoria's blame was somewhat diffuse. She was too broken to focus clearly on anything. But as the weeks and months passed and the acute crisis eased slightly, the blame crystallised and hardened around Bertie like cement setting. By early 1862, Victoria had convinced herself completely that Bertie was responsible for Albert's death, and nothing was going to change her mind. She wrote letters to her eldest daughter Vicky in Prussia, pouring out her feelings about Bertie. These letters are painful to read because they reveal someone who's completely consumed by irrational rage. She wrote things like, "I never can or shall look at him without a shudder. That's not disappointment or frustration, that's visceral revulsion directed at her own child." She told Vicky that seeing Bertie caused her physical pain, that his presence reminded her constantly of what she'd lost. The famous quote, "I cannot look at him without a shudder," deserves unpacking because it's so extreme. This wasn't, "I'm disappointed in my son," or "I'm angry about what happened." This was, "The sight of him makes me physically recoil." Victoria had transformed Bertie in her mind from a flawed but human son into essentially a monster, the person, responsible for destroying her entire world. And Bertie had to live with this. Imagine being 20 years old, having just lost your father, feeling guilty even though you know rationally that your father's death wasn't actually your fault, and having your mother look at you with complete revulsion. Having her tell you, directly or through her obvious behaviour, that she holds you responsible for the worst thing that's ever happened to her, that she can't stand to be in the same room with you because your existence reminds her of her loss. The psychological damage this caused Bertie is hard to calculate. He was already dealing with his own grief. Despite their difficult relationship, Albert was still his father. He was already carrying irrational guilt because Albert had been so angry about the Cambridge incident. And now his mother was essentially telling him that he was a murderer, that he'd killed the person she loved most, that she couldn't bear to look at him. Victoria's treatment of Bertie after Albert's death was emotionally abusive. There's no other way to frame it. She excluded him from family activities. She refused to include him in discussions about memorials or funerals for his own father. She made clear through word and deed that he was unwelcome in her presence. She treated him like a criminal who needed to be punished for his crime, except the crime was sleeping with an actress and the punishment was being blamed for patricide. The rest of the family watched this dynamic play out and mostly stayed silent. Nobody wanted to be on the receiving end of Victoria's rage, so they didn't defend Bertie. Some of them probably believed Victoria's narrative to some degree. Grief is contagious, and if the matriarch of the family insists something is true, it's easier to go along with it than to challenge her, especially when she's in the middle of a psychological crisis. Alice, who'd been so supportive during Albert's final illness, tried gently to suggest that perhaps Bertie shouldn't be held entirely responsible for what happened. Victoria's response was swift and harsh. Alice was being disloyal, was disrespecting Albert's memory, clearly hadn't loved her father enough if she could defend Bertie. The message to the other children was clear. You're either with Victoria in blaming Bertie, or you're against her and against Albert's memory. The projection happening here is textbook psychological defense mechanism. Victoria couldn't handle the complex reality of Albert's death, the randomness, the multiple factors, her own role in enabling Albert's workaholic tendencies. So she projected all her guilt, pain, and rage onto Bertie. Every negative emotion she had about the situation got channeled into hatred of her son, because that was simpler and more bearable than acknowledging the messy truth. Projection is when you take your own unacceptable feelings and attribute them to someone else. Victoria couldn't accept that she felt guilty about Albert's death, that she'd relied on him too much, exhausted him with her emotional demands, failed to insist he rest when he was sick. Those feelings were too painful, so she transformed them. It wasn't her fault, it was Bertie's fault. All the guilt she felt got projected onto him, and then she could hate him instead of hating herself. The displacement of her grief into rage at Bertie also served a function. Grief is passive and overwhelming. You're drowning in sorrow and there's nothing you can do about it. But anger is active. Anger gives you something to focus on, someone to blame, a target for all those overwhelming emotions. Victoria's rage at Bertie probably felt better than her grief about Albert, even though it was completely unjustified, because at least rage gave her a sense of control. This is why people sometimes get angry at loved ones who die. It's easier to be mad at someone for leaving you than to sit with the helpless sorrow of loss. Victoria couldn't be angry at Albert because she'd idealized him beyond recognition. She couldn't be angry at God without questioning her faith, so she got angry at Bertie, and that anger became the organizing principle of their relationship for the rest of her life. Victoria also used Bertie's supposed crime to justify excluding him from responsibilities and keeping him powerless. She'd never trusted him anyway, never thought he was capable enough to be a good king. Now she had the perfect excuse. How could she give responsibilities to the person who'd killed Albert? How could she trust him with anything important when he'd proven himself to be morally bankrupt and dangerous? This served Victoria's need to maintain control. If Bertie was incompetent and morally compromised, then she had to keep making all the decisions. She had to stay in power, keep the reins of the monarchy in her hands, because clearly Bertie couldn't be trusted. It was circular logic that reinforced itself. Bertie is bad, therefore I must maintain control, and maintaining control requires believing Bertie is bad. The practical impact on Bertie's life was severe. Victoria refused to let him take on any meaningful royal duties. She wouldn't share government papers with him or include him in political discussions. She actively worked to keep him away from anything important, treating him like an incompetent child who needed to be kept away from real responsibility. This wasn't just about punishment, it was about making sure her narrative stayed intact. If Bertie proved himself capable and responsible, that would undermine Victoria's story about him being the worthless son who killed his father. So Victoria created a self-fulfilling prophecy. She treated Bertie as incompetent, gave him nothing meaningful to do, criticised him constantly, and then pointed to his lack of accomplishments as evidence that she'd been right to exclude him. It's the parenting equivalent of tying someone's shoelaces together and then criticising them for not running fast enough. Bertie responded to this treatment in predictable ways. He couldn't force his mother to love him or forgive him for something he didn't actually do, so he stopped trying. He threw himself into social activities, parties, travel, society events, because at least there he could get positive attention and validation. He developed a reputation as a playboy prince, someone more interested in pleasure than duty, which just confirmed Victoria's opinion of him as frivolous and irresponsible. The tragedy is that Bertie might have been a perfectly competent royal if he'd been given the chance. He was good with people, he understood politics intuitively even if he wasn't a scholar, he could have learned the job if his mother had actually trained him instead of excluding him. But Victoria never gave him that opportunity because she needed him to be the villain in her story. The other children learned to navigate around this dynamic. They learned not to mention Bertie to Victoria unless necessary. They learned to downplay any positive feelings they had about their brother, because expressing affection for Bertie might be seen as betrayal of Albert's memory. The family fractured around this unspoken rule. Victoria hates Bertie, and everyone else has to pretend that's normal and justified. Some historical accounts try to soften Victoria's treatment of Bertie, to suggest that she was just disappointed in him, or concerned about his capabilities. But the letters and diary entries make clear that this was way beyond normal parental disappointment. Victoria's feelings toward Bertie were characterised by revulsion, hatred, and a deep conviction that he'd destroyed her life. She couldn't stand to be near him. She didn't want him at family gatherings. She actively wished he would stay away from her. She wrote to Vicky in 1862, less than a year after Albert's death. It is a bitter trial to see him, and to know that everything has changed, and that he is the cause of it all. Everything has changed. Obviously true. He is the cause of it all, completely false, but Victoria believed it absolutely. She'd taken a complex tragedy with multiple causes and reduced it to a simple story where Bertie was the villain and she and Albert were the victims. The Victorian moral framework made this narrative easier for Victoria to believe. Victorian society was obsessed with sexual purity, particularly for unmarried people. Sex outside marriage was considered a serious sin, evidence of weak character and moral corruption. So when Victoria looked at Bertie's liaison with Nellie Clifton, she didn't just see a young man having a normal sexual experience. She saw moral depravity that confirmed everything she'd always thought about his weak character. Albert's reaction had reinforced this interpretation. If Albert, that paragon of virtue and wisdom, had been so upset by Bertie's behaviour, then clearly it must have been truly terrible. Victoria couldn't question Albert's judgment. He was perfect, so if he thought Bertie had committed a grievous sin, then Bertie must have. The fact that Albert's reaction had been disproportionate didn't register with Victoria. Albert's assessment was truth, and any evidence to the contrary was dismissed. This also let Victoria avoid confronting the possibility that Albert's judgment might have been flawed, that his response to the Cambridge incident might have been an overreaction, driven by his own control issues and impossibly high standards for his son. If Albert had overreacted, if Albert's decision to confront Bertie immediately despite being sick had been a mistake, then Albert wasn't perfect. And Victoria couldn't tolerate that idea, so she had to believe that Albert's response was completely justified, and that Bertie's sin was as terrible as Albert had treated it. The guilt Bertie felt was real even though it was irrational. He knew intellectually that his father had died of disease, that his liaison with Nellie hadn't actually caused Albert's death. But when your mother tells you repeatedly that you killed your father, when she looks at you with revulsion, when the entire family dynamic revolves around the idea that you're responsible for the worst thing that's ever happened, it's hard not to internalize some of that blame. This is emotional abuse at its finest, making someone feel guilty for something they didn't do, then using that guilt to justify continued mistreatment. Victoria was essentially gaslighting Bertie, telling him a false version of reality over and over until he couldn't entirely trust his own understanding of what had happened. Maybe he was responsible. Maybe his behaviour had killed his father. Maybe his mother was right to hate him. The doubt must have been corrosive. The public didn't know the details of this family dysfunction, of course. They knew that Prince Albert had died and Queen Victoria was in deep mourning. They knew that the Prince of Wales wasn't being given much responsibility, but that could be explained in various ways that didn't involve family drama. The private reality of Victoria's hatred for her son remained largely private, known only to the family and close court insiders. But it affected everything. It affected Victoria's decision-making about the monarchy's future. It affected the other children's relationships with both Victoria and Bertie. It affected how the royal household functioned, with everyone having to navigate around this elephant in the room where the Queen couldn't stand to be near her heir. It poisoned the family for decades. Victoria never reconsidered her position, never had a moment of clarity where she thought, wait, maybe I've been unfair to Bertie, never questioned whether her narrative made logical sense. She believed until her death that Bertie had killed Albert through his immoral behaviour, and nothing could shake that belief. It was too central to how she'd processed her grief, too fundamental to her understanding of what had happened. The psychological term for this is cognitive consistency. Once we've constructed a narrative to explain something, we tend to interpret new information in ways that support that narrative rather than challenge it. Victoria had built her understanding of Albert's death around Bertie being the villain. Any evidence that contradicted this, Bertie growing into a capable adult, Bertie being kind to his siblings, Bertie trying to make amends, got reinterpreted or dismissed because it didn't fit the story. She found ways to maintain her hatred even as time passed. When Bertie married Princess Alexandra of Denmark in 1863, Victoria made the wedding as joyless as possible, insisting on minimal celebration because the family was still in mourning. She wore black to her son's wedding, making clear through her presence and her appearance that this should be a sombre occasion, not a happy one. The implicit message was, we're celebrating your marriage despite the fact that you killed your father. Alexandra was young, beautiful, and apparently quite lovely. She could have been a bridge between Victoria and Bertie, a fresh start that might have eased the family tensions. But Victoria was determined not to like Alexandra too much, because that would mean accepting Bertie's marriage as a positive thing. She was polite to Alexandra but kept her at arm's length, never allowing the kind of close relationship that might have formed between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law under better circumstances. When Bertie and Alexandra started having children, Victoria should theoretically have been delighted. Grandchildren from the heir, continuing the line, all good things for the monarchy. But even this was tainted by her feelings about Bertie. She'd find ways to criticise how they were raising the children, to suggest that Bertie's influence would corrupt them, to maintain her position that he was fundamentally flawed and dangerous even as a father. The control Victoria exerted over Bertie extended well into his adulthood. He was in his 30s, married with children, and his mother still treated him like an irresponsible teenager who couldn't be trusted with anything important. She still refused to share government information with him. She still excluded him from decisions about the monarchy. She still made clear that she considered him inadequate, and that his primary crime, killing his father, would never be forgiven. This created a bizarre situation where the heir to the throne was kept in complete ignorance of how to actually do the job he'd eventually inherit. When Victoria finally died in 1901, Bertie became King Edward VII at age 59, having spent his entire adult life being deliberately excluded from preparation for the role. It's like spending 60 years refusing to teach someone to drive and then handing them the keys to a car and being surprised when they struggle. Actually, Bertie adapted pretty well to being king, which says something about his capabilities that Victoria never acknowledged. He was popular, diplomatic, good at the ceremonial aspects of monarchy. He modernised certain aspects of the royal household that Victoria had kept frozen in time. He was, by most accounts, a perfectly adequate king. Not brilliant, but competent. Which makes Victoria's decades of insisting he was incompetent look even more unjustified in retrospect. But all of that was still in the future. In the 1860s and beyond, what mattered was the immediate reality. Victoria blamed Bertie for Albert's death, treated him accordingly, and created a family dynamic so toxic that it damaged everyone involved. The children learned that love was conditional, that forgiveness was impossible, that making a mistake, even a relatively minor one, could result in permanent rejection. These are not healthy lessons for anyone to learn, royal or otherwise. The friends and advisors who knew about the situation were generally uncomfortable with it, but powerless to change it. You couldn't exactly tell the Queen of England that she was being irrational and cruel to her son. You couldn't force her to reconsider her position, or treat Bertie more fairly. The most you could do was try to give Bertie some support and validation outside of his relationship with his mother, which some people did. But it wasn't enough to undo the damage of having your own mother hate you for decades. The irrational logic Victoria used to blame Bertie is worth examining because it's such a clear example of how grief can warp thinking. She took a series of events, Bertie's liaison, Albert's confrontation, Albert's illness, Albert's death, and constructed a causal chain that made emotional sense to her but had no logical basis. A happened, then B happened, then C happened, therefore A caused C is false logic when there are multiple other factors involved. But Victoria couldn't see those other factors because acknowledging them would have destroyed her narrative. This is motivated reasoning at its purest, starting with the conclusion you want, Bertie is to blame, and working backwards to construct a logic that supports it, ignoring anything that contradicts it. Victoria wanted to blame Bertie. It served her psychological needs, gave her an outlet for her rage, justified her existing disappointment in him. So she built a case that allowed her to do that, and then she defended that case against all evidence to the contrary for the rest of her life. The tragedy isn't just what this did to Bertie, though that was significant. The tragedy is what it did to Victoria herself. She locked herself into hatred and bitterness, spent decades poisoning her relationship with her son, missed out on potentially positive experiences with him and his family, and generally made her own life more miserable by maintaining this grudge. Forgiveness would have freed her as much as it would have freed Bertie, but she could never allow herself that freedom. In the end, Victoria's need for a scapegoat destroyed what could have been a normal, functional mother-son relationship. It damaged Bertie's sense of self and his relationship with the rest of his family. It created dysfunction that rippled through generations. And it all came from Victoria's inability to accept that sometimes terrible things happen for no good reason, that death doesn't always have a villain, that grief is just painful without there being someone to blame for it. Bertie was innocent. Not perfect, nobody is perfect, but innocent of the crime his mother accused him of. He didn't kill his father. He was just a young man who made a fairly normal mistake at exactly the wrong time, and then spent the next 40 years being punished for it by the person who should have loved him unconditionally. That's the real tragedy of this story, not just Albert's death, but what Victoria did with her grief afterward. While Victoria was busy constructing her cult of Albert and making Bertie's life miserable, there were other children still living at home who had to exist in this atmosphere of perpetual grief and death worship. These were the ones who couldn't escape to marriages or military service or Cambridge. They were stuck in the palace, trapped in what had become essentially a mausoleum where their mother expected them to be as miserable as she was. Let's talk about who was still home when Albert died in December 1861. The older children, Vicky, Bertie, Alice and Alfred, were either married off or away at school or military training. But 4 children were still living primarily under Victoria's roof. Princess Helena, who was 17, Princess Louise, who was 15, Prince Leopold, who was 10, and Princess Beatrice, who was just 6 years old. These ages are important because they tell you what stage of life each child was at when their world imploded. Helena was on the cusp of adulthood, old enough to understand everything that was happening, but young enough to still be completely under her mother's control. Louise was in the middle of adolescence, that crucial period when you're supposed to be figuring out who you are and developing independence. Leopold was still a child, but old enough to be conscious of the oppressive atmosphere. And Beatrice was so young that the kingdom of death was basically all she would remember of her childhood. Victoria expected these children to participate fully in her grief cult. They were to dress in mourning clothes, black or grey, nothing bright or cheerful. They were to maintain sombre expressions and behaviour. They were to join in the daily rituals around Albert's memory. They were to essentially stop being children or teenagers with normal needs and desires, and instead become supporting characters in Victoria's ongoing tragedy. The surveillance system Victoria created in the household was worthy of a paranoid dictator. She had ladies-in-waiting and servants report back to her about the children's behaviour. Were they laughing too much? Were they showing interest in age-appropriate activities? Were they expressing any desire for social interaction or entertainment? All of this was monitored and reported, and any sign that the children weren't sufficiently miserable was treated as evidence of insufficient love for their dead father. This is psychological abuse masquerading as mourning standards. Normal grief allows for moments of relief, for life to continue in some form even while you're sad. Victoria's version of grief demanded constant, visible suffering. The children couldn't have a moment of genuine happiness or even just neutral contentment without it being interpreted as betrayal of Albert's memory. Helena, at 17, was particularly trapped because she was old enough to know exactly how abnormal this was but powerless to do anything about it. She should have been preparing for her debut into society, meeting potential suitors, learning the social skills she'd need as an adult royal. Instead, she was stuck in a house of mourning where any expression of interest in her own future was treated as inappropriate. Victoria kept Helena close as a kind of lady-in-waiting, someone to help maintain the household and manage the younger children. This wasn't asked, it was demanded. Helena's own life, her own needs, her own desires were all subordinate to serving Victoria's grief. She became, in effect, unpaid labour in the grief cult, expected to help maintain Albert's rooms, assist with correspondence about memorials, and generally support her mother's obsessive mourning. The thing about Helena is that she seems to have been a genuinely kind person who tried to do what was expected of her. She didn't rebel dramatically like some of her siblings would. She just quietly endured the impossible situation she'd been put in. But endurance takes a toll, and Helena's youth was essentially sacrificed to her mother's inability to cope with loss. When Helena eventually did marry, several years later, after Victoria finally accepted that she couldn't keep all her daughters forever, it was to a prince who was willing to live near Victoria, so Helena could continue to serve her mother. The marriage was arranged specifically so that Victoria wouldn't lose access to Helena's help. Helena's entire adult life was structured around managing her mother's emotional needs. That's not normal. That's parentification, where a child is forced to take on adult responsibilities and caring for a dysfunctional parent. Louise's situation was even more tragic in some ways because she had more spirit than Helena, more desire to live a normal life, and that spirit was systematically crushed by Victoria's expectations. Louise was 15 when Albert died, right at the age when teenage girls in her social class would normally be preparing for their debut, going to parties, meeting young people, having the social experiences that were considered essential preparation for adult life. Victoria denied Louise all of that. No debut, no balls, no parties, no social life at all beyond the grim atmosphere of the palace. Louise was supposed to be in mourning, and mourning meant cutting yourself off from joy, from youth, from everything that makes adolescence bearable. There's a particularly painful story about Louise asking for a debut ball when she turned 18. This was standard practice. Aristocratic girls had coming-out parties where they were formally introduced to society. It was expected, normal, a major milestone. Louise wanted this. She asked for it. And Victoria said no, because they were still in mourning and throwing a party would be disrespectful to Albert's memory. Albert had been dead for several years at this point. Several years. The normal mourning period had long since passed by anyone's standards except Victoria's. But Victoria's mourning had no end date, no point at which it would be acceptable to return to normal activities. So Louise was denied this fundamental adolescent experience because her mother had decided that happiness was no longer allowed in their family. Think about what that does to a teenager. You watch your peers having their debuts, entering society, starting their adult lives. And you're stuck at home, trapped in black clothing, required to pretend you're still devastated about your father's death, even though it happened years ago, and honestly, you barely knew him because he was always busy, and now you're supposed to. Orient your entire life around mourning him. Louise developed what we'd now recognise as depression. She was withdrawn, sullen, prone to crying fits. Victoria interpreted this as appropriate grief. In reality, it was probably a combination of genuine grief, isolation, loss of normal development opportunities, and being trapped in an emotionally toxic environment with no escape. Louise wasn't mourning Albert so much as she was mourning her own stolen youth. The control Victoria exerted over Louise extended to every aspect of her life. Who she could see, where she could go, what she could do, even what she could read or think about. All of it was monitored and restricted. Victoria wanted to keep Louise sheltered and controlled, partly out of genuine Victorian overprotectiveness, but mostly because letting Louise have independence might mean she'd escape the kingdom of death, and Victoria needed her daughters nearby to help maintain the cult of Albert. Louise eventually did rebel in her own way. She became interested in art and sculpture, which Victoria reluctantly allowed because it seemed like a suitably refined activity. But Louise used this as a form of escape. When she was working on art, she could at least be in her own head, focused on something other than the oppressive grief that dominated the household. She became quite skilled, actually. Several of her sculptures still exist, and they're genuinely good. Art was her escape hatch from the kingdom of death. But even this was complicated, because Victoria would sometimes view Louise's dedication to her art as evidence that she wasn't mourning Albert sufficiently. If Louise seemed happy while working on a sculpture, that was suspicious. If she wanted to spend time in her studio rather than attending yet another memorial service, that was disrespectful. Louise couldn't win. She was supposed to have activities and interests to keep her occupied, but she wasn't supposed to actually enjoy them. Louise also seems to have had relationships that Victoria didn't approve of or know about, which has led to historical speculation about possible illegitimate children. Whether those rumours are true or not, and the evidence is murky, the fact that they exist tells you something about Louise's desperation to have some kind of life outside her mother's control. If you're trapped in an oppressive situation, sometimes you make risky choices just to feel like you have some agency over your own life. Now let's talk about Leopold, who was 10 years old when his father died. Leopold had haemophilia, the blood disorder that would eventually kill him at age 31. In the 1860s, they didn't understand what haemophilia was exactly. They just knew that Leopold bled easily, bruised from minor bumps, and had episodes of severe pain from internal bleeding. This made him physically fragile in a way that terrified Victoria. Victoria's response to having a fragile son was to become obsessively controlling about his activities and movement, but in the worst possible way. She didn't protect him with kindness. She protected him with restrictions and punishments. Leopold wanted to play and run and do normal boy things, but Victoria was convinced that any physical activity would kill him. So she kept him isolated, sedentary, bored and frustrated. But here's where it gets really dark. When Leopold acted out because he was a child trapped in an oppressive situation, Victoria's response was to suggest physical punishment. Yes, she wanted to have her haemophiliac son beaten as discipline. The contradiction here, protecting him from physical harm while also proposing to harm him as punishment, apparently didn't register with Victoria. She'd written to someone suggesting that Leopold needed a good whipping to correct his behaviour. This is deranged thinking. You have a child who could bleed to death from a nosebleed, and your solution to behavioural problems is to suggest beating him? The cognitive dissonance is spectacular. But it reveals something important about Victoria's mindset. Control mattered more than consistency. Leopold needed to be protected from harm so he could survive, but he also needed to be punished when he disobeyed, and Victoria couldn't resolve that contradiction, so she just held both positions simultaneously. Leopold's childhood was miserable. He was bored, isolated, physically restricted, and emotionally neglected. The one bright spot was his education. He was actually quite intelligent and loved learning. He eventually went to Oxford University, which gave him some escape from Victoria's direct control. But even there, she tried to monitor and restrict him, to ensure he wasn't doing anything too physically risky or socially improper. The surveillance of Leopold extended to having people report back on his activities. Victoria wanted to know what he was doing, who he was seeing, whether he was taking proper precautions with his health. It was helicopter parenting before helicopters existed, and it continued well into Leopold's adulthood. He was in his 20s, and his mother was still trying to control every aspect of his life, using his haemophilia as justification for denying him autonomy. Leopold died at 31 from a fall that caused internal bleeding. Victoria mourned him, of course, but there's a dark irony in the fact that all her efforts to keep him safe and controlled didn't prevent his death. He died young anyway, and he'd spent much of his short life being miserable under her restrictions. She'd traded his happiness for the illusion of safety, and in the end, the safety was an illusion, and the happiness was really gone. Then there's Beatrice, the baby of the family, who was 6 years old when Albert died, and basically never knew anything except the kingdom of death. For Beatrice, the oppressive grief, the black clothing, the restrictions on joy, all of that was just normal life. She didn't remember a time before, didn't know that families could be different, didn't have a reference point for what healthy childhood should look like. Victoria decided early on that Beatrice would be her permanent companion. Not her child who would grow up and marry and have her own life. Her permanent companion who would stay with Victoria forever and help maintain the cult of Albert. This wasn't a request or a hope. It was a decision Victoria made about Beatrice's life before Beatrice was old enough to have any say in it. So Beatrice grew up knowing that her future was already determined. She would not leave home. She would not have the kind of independence her older siblings had eventually achieved. She would stay with Victoria, help run the household, participate in the endless morning rituals, and basically exist as an extension of her mother rather than as her own person. This kind of enmeshment, where a parent makes a child responsible for meeting the parent's emotional needs, is recognized as a form of emotional abuse. Children need to be allowed to develop their own identities, make their own choices, live their own lives. Beatrice was denied all of that because Victoria had decided she needed a permanent daughter companion to help her cope with Albert's death. Beatrice seems to have internalized this role completely. She became quiet, obedient, entirely focused on serving her mother's needs. She had no visible rebellion in her, no apparent desire to escape. Either she genuinely accepted her fate, or she learned very young that resistance was futile and made peace with her situation. Either way, it's tragic. A life shaped entirely by someone else's grief, with no room for your own desires or dreams. When Beatrice eventually did fall in love and want to marry in her mid-20s, a perfectly normal human desire, Victoria was furious. How dare Beatrice want to leave? How dare she prioritize a husband over her duties to her mother? Victoria made the whole process as difficult as possible, and only relented when the prospective husband agreed to live with Victoria so that Beatrice could continue her companion duties even after marriage. So Beatrice got married but didn't really get independence. She and her husband lived in Victoria's household, subject to Victoria's rules and demands. Her children grew up in the same oppressive atmosphere that Beatrice had experienced. The dysfunction perpetuated across generations because Victoria's grip never loosened, not even when her children became adults with families of their own. The surveillance system that governed all these children's lives was incredibly detailed. Victoria had her ladies-in-waiting and household staff report on the children's activities, moods, conversations. If Helena seemed too cheerful, that was reported. If Louise was seen laughing with a servant, that was reported. If Leopold tried to run or play, that was reported. If Beatrice seemed distracted during memorial services, that was reported. This created an atmosphere of constant monitoring where the children never knew who might be watching and reporting back to Victoria. They couldn't trust the servants. Any of them might be informants. They couldn't trust each other. Sibling loyalty was complicated when everyone was trying to avoid their mother's wrath. They learned to police their own emotions and expressions, to never show joy that might be interpreted as insufficient mourning. The modern equivalent would be like growing up in a house covered with security cameras, where your parent reviews all the footage looking for evidence that you're not sad enough. It's surveillance state parenting, where children have no privacy and no freedom to be themselves. The psychological impact of growing up like that is profound and long-lasting. The children learned that emotional expression was dangerous. If you showed sadness, you were joining Victoria in her grief cult, which was exhausting and depressing. If you showed happiness, you were betraying Albert's memory and would face your mother's anger. The only safe option was emotional numbness, to go through life feeling as little as possible because feelings were dangerous. This is how you create adults with serious emotional regulation problems. When you grow up learning that your emotions are inappropriate and need to be constantly monitored and suppressed, you never develop healthy ways to process and express feelings. The children who grew up in the kingdom of death carried that damage with them for the rest of their lives. The double standard in how Victoria treated Bertie versus the children still at home is interesting. Bertie was blamed for everything and treated with active hatred. The younger children were supposedly beloved, but were actually being emotionally suffocated by Victoria's demands for constant participation in her grief. Different forms of abuse, but abuse nonetheless. Helena, Louise, Leopold and Beatrice didn't kill Albert. They hadn't done anything wrong at all. But they were still punished, still denied normal childhoods and adolescences, still forced to sacrifice their youth to their mother's unprocessed grief. They were collateral damage in Victoria's psychological crisis, and nobody intervened to protect them because you couldn't exactly report the Queen of England to Child Protective Services. The lack of any countervailing force in the household is significant. There was no one who could stand up to Victoria and say, "This isn't okay, you're hurting your children." The older children who'd escaped mostly stayed away. Why would you voluntarily return to that environment? The household staff were employees who couldn't challenge their employer. The government didn't want to get involved in royal family matters, so the children were trapped with no rescue coming. Helena eventually married Prince Christian of Schleswig-Holstein in 1866, 5 years after Albert's death. But as mentioned, Christian agreed to live near Victoria so Helena could continue to serve her mother. This wasn't a marriage that gave Helena freedom. It was a marriage that maintained her servitude while adding wifely duties on top of her duties as Victoria's assistant. Louise married the Marquess of Lorne in 1871, and her husband was not a prince, which was scandalous but also probably Louise's attempt to marry someone who wouldn't be entirely controlled by Victoria. The marriage was not happy. There are suggestions it was never consummated, that both parties may have preferred same-sex relationships but married for appearances' sake. Whether that's true or not, it's clear that Louise's marriage was not the happy escape it might have been. Leopold's marriage in 1882 gave him some happiness, but he died less than 2 years later. His wife was pregnant at the time of his death, and she gave birth to a daughter who would grow up never knowing her father. Leopold spent his entire short life under Victoria's control, and then died just as he was finally achieving some independence. The tragedy of that timing is hard to overstate. Beatrice married Prince Henry of Battenberg in 1885, but as mentioned, Henry had to agree to live with Victoria. The marriage produced 4 children, but Henry was miserable living under Victoria's roof and control. He eventually went off on a military expedition to Africa and died of fever in 1896. Beatrice was widowed at 38 and spent the remaining 50 years of her life, 50 years, continuing to serve her mother's memory and maintain her role as companion and assistant. The lasting impact of growing up in the kingdom of death varied by child, but none of them escaped unscathed. Helena seems to have just accepted her fate and made the best of it, living near her mother and helping out until Victoria's death. Louise had a difficult marriage and struggled with depression for much of her life. Leopold died young but seems to have achieved some happiness in his brief period of freedom. Beatrice never achieved real independence and spent her entire life defined by her role as Victoria's daughter companion. What all of them shared was the experience of having their youth stolen by their mother's inability to process grief in a healthy way. They should have had relatively normal upper-class childhoods, privileged certainly, but with room for play and joy and development. Instead, they got restriction, surveillance, enforced mourning, and the constant message that their natural desires for happiness and independence were somehow wrong and disrespectful. The children couldn't talk about this openly, couldn't complain, couldn't seek help. They were royalty. They were supposed to be grateful for their position, not resentful of its burdens. They were Victoria's children. They were supposed to love and honour her, not recognise that she was emotionally abusing them. The lack of any vocabulary or framework for understanding what was happening to them made it even worse. In modern times, we'd recognise the household Victoria created as emotionally abusive. The surveillance, the control, the restrictions on normal development, the demand that children sacrifice their needs to meet a parent's emotional requirements, all of this is recognised as harmful. But in the 1860s and beyond, it was just strict parenting, or proper mourning, or a mother who loved her late husband very much. The fact that Victoria lived until 1901 meant that some of these children spent their entire lives under her control. Helena was 55 when Victoria died. Louise was 53. Beatrice was 44. That's decades of adulthood spent still beholden to a mother who demanded constant service and participation in her grief cult. They never got to be fully independent adults with their own lives separate from Victoria's needs. And even after Victoria's death, the patterns she'd established continued to affect her children. They'd learned to suppress their own needs, to prioritise duty over happiness, to view emotional expression as dangerous. These aren't lessons you can just unlearn when the person who taught them to you dies. The damage persists across time, affecting how you relate to your own children, how you handle your own emotions, how you move through the world. The children in the kingdom of death were victims of Victoria's grief, just as surely as Bertie was a victim of her rage. They just expressed their victimization differently, not through active rebellion but through quiet endurance, suppressed desires, stolen youth. Their suffering was less visible than Bertie's, but that doesn't make it less real or less damaging. Victoria justified all of this as honouring Albert's memory, as maintaining proper mourning, as ensuring her children developed appropriate character. But what she actually did was traumatise them, restrict their development, and sacrifice their happiness to her own psychological needs. The kingdom of death didn't just memorialize Albert, it consumed the living, trapping Victoria's children in a permanent state of grief that served no one except Victoria's inability to move forward. Victoria's children growing up and getting married should have been the natural endpoint of her control over their lives. In normal families, adult children move out, establish their own households, and while they might still have complicated relationships with their parents, they at least have physical and emotional distance. But Victoria didn't do normal, and she certainly wasn't going to let something as trivial as her children becoming adults and getting married reduce her ability to micromanage their existence. Instead, Victoria developed a sophisticated system of control that extended into her children's marriages, their households, their daily lives. She used a combination of emotional manipulation, financial pressure, spy networks, and sheer force of personality to ensure that marriage didn't actually free her children from her grip. They might have spouses and separate homes, but they were still essentially under Victoria's thumb, still required to participate in her grief cult, still monitored and controlled and judged. Let's start with Bertie, because his marriage in 1863 to Princess Alexandra of Denmark should have been a fresh start, a chance for him to establish his own life away from his mother's hatred. And in some ways it was. Alexandra was lovely, devoted to Bertie despite his obvious flaws, and genuinely tried to make the marriage work. But Victoria made sure that their marriage existed under her shadow, subject to her rules, monitored by her spies. First off, Victoria controlled where Bertie and Alexandra lived. They weren't allowed to just pick a house and set up their own household independently. Victoria had opinions about appropriate residences for the heir, and those opinions needed to be followed. She also retained the right to summon them to Windsor or other royal residences whenever she felt like it, which meant they couldn't actually plan their lives independently, because Victoria might decide she needed them to come pay their respects to Albert's memory or participate in some memorial ceremony. The level of detail Victoria demanded to know about Bertie and Alexandra's life was absolutely wild. She wanted to know their social schedule, who they were seeing, what events they were attending, whether these activities were appropriate for people who should still be in mourning. She wanted to know their financial situation, how they were spending money, what they were buying, whether they were being sufficiently frugal and responsible. And here's where it gets really invasive. Victoria wanted to know about their bedtime routine. Not just, what time do you go to bed? Though she cared about that too. She thought they stayed up too late and it was bad for their health and moral character. She wanted to know details about their private life that absolutely were not her business. The level of boundary violation here is staggering. Your adult son's bedtime is not your concern even if you're the Queen of England. Victoria achieved this surveillance through a network of informants. She had people in Bertie and Alexandra's household who reported back to her. Servants who would mention what time the lights went out in the bedrooms. Ladies in waiting who would report on Alexandra's activities and social connections. Even some of Bertie's supposed friends were feeding information back to Victoria, either out of loyalty to her or because they enjoyed the drama. Imagine trying to have a marriage under those conditions. You can't trust your servants. Any of them might be reporting to your mother-in-law. You can't be entirely open with your social circle. Information might filter back. You can't make decisions about your own household without wondering if your mother is going to find out and disapprove. It's like being married in a surveillance state where Big Brother is your mother-in-law. The guest list issue was particularly contentious. Victoria believed she had the right to approve who Bertie and Alexandra invited to their home. She didn't want them socialising with people she considered morally questionable, which was a fairly broad category that included basically anyone fun or interesting. She especially didn't want them associating with people who'd been involved in scandals, because that might damage the royal family's reputation. The irony is that Victoria's decades-long public mourning and refusal to fulfil her ceremonial duties was probably doing more damage to the monarchy's reputation than Bertie having dinner parties with slightly scandalous aristocrats. But Victoria couldn't see that. She was focused on maintaining control and ensuring everyone followed her rules about proper behaviour and continued mourning. Bertie, to his credit, pushed back against this control more than most of Victoria's children. He'd schedule social events without clearing them with Victoria first. He'd invite people she disapproved of. He'd stay up late despite her opinions about appropriate bedtimes for grown men. This meant Victoria was constantly angry with him, constantly writing letters of criticism, constantly finding new ways to express her disappointment. But at least Bertie was living something resembling his own life, even if it was under constant surveillance and criticism. Alexandra, caught in the middle of this mother-son dynamic, had to navigate carefully. She wanted to support her husband, but she also couldn't afford to make Victoria hate her the way Victoria hated Bertie. So Alexandra would try to be diplomatic, would try to smooth things over when Bertie did something that enraged Victoria, would attempt to maintain peace while also having some kind of actual married life. The toll this took on Alexandra was significant. She was young, 19 when she married Bertie, and suddenly thrust into this dysfunctional family system where her mother-in-law monitored everything and hated her husband for supposedly murdering his father. Alexandra had to figure out how to be a good wife to Bertie, a proper princess, and not too offensive to Victoria, all while being spied on by household staff and having no real privacy or autonomy. Victoria's control extended to decisions about Bertie and Alexandra's children. When they started having babies, 6 children between 1864 and 1871, Victoria had opinions about names, christenings, upbringing, everything. She wanted to be consulted on major decisions. She criticised their parenting choices. She basically continued treating Bertie like an incompetent child, even as he became a father himself. The message was clear. Marriage and fatherhood didn't make Bertie an adult in Victoria's eyes. He was still the disappointing son who'd killed Albert, still someone who needed to be controlled and monitored and criticised. The fact that he'd taken on adult responsibilities didn't change Victoria's fundamental assessment of his character and capabilities. Now let's talk about Alice, who provides an interesting contrast because she was the one child who really pushed back against Victoria's control with any sustained effort. Alice married Prince Louis of Hesse in 1862 and moved to Germany, which gave her physical distance from Victoria that most of the other children never achieved. And that distance, combined with Alice's personality, meant she could afford to be more honest with Victoria about how her behaviour was affecting the family. Alice wrote letters to Victoria that basically said, "Your perpetual mourning is damaging the younger children. You need to engage more with life. This isn't healthy for you or anyone around you. These are not easy things to tell you're grieving. Mother, especially when your mother is the Queen of England." But Alice saw what was happening to her younger siblings still trapped at home, and she tried to advocate for them. Victoria's response was about what you'd expect: fury, accusations of disloyalty, suggestions that Alice didn't really love Albert if she could say such things. Victoria interpreted any criticism of her grief practices as a personal attack and evidence of insufficient devotion to Albert's memory. She couldn't hear what Alice was actually saying, which was, "I love you, and I'm worried about you, and this isn't sustainable." But even Alice, living in Germany with physical distance from Victoria, couldn't entirely escape the control. Victoria expected regular, detailed letters about Alice's life. She wanted to be consulted on decisions. She criticised how Alice was running her household in Germany, even though Victoria had never been there and had no practical knowledge of the situation. The surveillance and control just operated at longer range, through correspondence instead of immediate observation. Victoria also used emotional manipulation to maintain control over Alice. She'd write letters about how lonely she was, how much she missed Alice, how difficult it was to bear her grief without her favourite daughter nearby. This is classic guilt-tripping, making the adult child feel responsible for the parent's emotional well-being, using that responsibility to manipulate their behaviour. Alice would sometimes have to return to England to help Victoria, to provide emotional support to assist with managing the younger children. These weren't brief visits, they could last for months. Alice had her own household and children to manage in Germany, but Victoria's needs took priority. The assumption was that Alice's first duty was to her mother, even though Alice was a married woman with her own family and responsibilities. The strain this put on Alice's marriage was considerable. Her husband Louis was patient about it, apparently, but being repeatedly abandoned so your wife can go care for her psychologically unstable mother in another country is not ideal for marital intimacy or household management. Alice was being pulled between two sets of responsibilities that shouldn't have been in conflict, but were because Victoria couldn't let go. Alice died young, at age 35, of diphtheria contracted while nursing her children through the same illness. Victoria mourned her, of course, but there's a sad irony in the fact that Alice's dedication to caregiving, a trait Victoria had cultivated and exploited, ultimately contributed to her death. Alice had learned to prioritise others' needs over her own well-being, and that pattern killed her. Before she died, Alice had become increasingly frank with Victoria about the family's dysfunction. She wrote letters pointing out that Victoria's treatment of Bertie was cruel and unjustified, that the younger children needed more freedom and joy, that the perpetual mourning was making everyone miserable. Victoria didn't appreciate this honesty, but Alice kept pushing because she could see the damage being done. Alice's death in 1878 removed one of the few voices willing to challenge Victoria's control. After that, there was even less pushback against Victoria's demands and expectations. The remaining children had learned that resistance was futile and exhausting, so they mostly just complied or found ways to quietly rebel without directly confronting their mother. Helena's situation was perhaps the most obviously constrained. When she married Prince Christian of Schleswig-Holstein in 1866, the arrangement was explicitly that they would live near Victoria, so Helena could continue to serve as her mother's assistant. This wasn't hidden or subtle. It was openly stated that Helena's marriage was being arranged in a way that wouldn't interfere with her duties to Victoria. Think about that for a moment. Your daughter's marriage is being structured primarily around your needs rather than hers. The question isn't where would Helena and Christian like to live, but where can they live so Helena is still available to help me? Christian's preferences, Helena's desires, the couple's wish to establish their own household, all secondary to Victoria's requirement that Helena remain accessible. They ended up living at Cumberland Lodge in Windsor Great Park, which was close enough to the castle that Victoria could summon Helena whenever she wanted, and she did want to summon Helena frequently. Helena was expected to help with correspondence, to assist with household management, to participate in memorial activities, to basically be on call for whatever Victoria needed. This meant Helena never really had an independent married life. She was still functioning as her mother's assistant who happened to have a husband living with her. Christian seems to have been fairly understanding about this arrangement, or at least resigned to it. He'd married into the British royal family knowing that came with complications, though he probably hadn't fully grasped just how completely his wife's time and energy would be claimed by her mother. Helena's children grew up in this environment of service to Victoria. They saw their mother constantly being summoned to the main castle, constantly prioritising their grandmother's needs. The message was clear. Family duty meant sacrificing your own life to meet the demands of the matriarch. This is multi-generational dysfunction. The patterns Victoria established affected not just her children, but her grandchildren too. The financial aspect of Victoria's control shouldn't be overlooked either. She controlled much of the royal family's wealth and could use financial pressure to enforce her wishes. Children who complied with her demands might receive generous allowances or gifts. Children who resisted might find their funds more limited. It wasn't always explicit blackmail, but the implication was there. Cooperation pays, literally. This financial control was particularly effective with children who didn't have independent wealth. Royal titles don't automatically come with income. You need someone to fund your lifestyle. And if that someone is your mother who expects you to live near her and participate in her grief cult in exchange for that funding, you're in a difficult position. Moving away and establishing independence means potential financial hardship, which most of Victoria's children weren't willing or able to endure. The spy network Victoria maintained extended beyond just her children's households. She had connections throughout aristocratic society who would report back to her about what they'd heard or seen. If Bertie was spotted at an inappropriate party, Victoria would hear about it. If Louise was seen with an unsuitable companion, word would get back. The surveillance web was extensive enough that the children could never be entirely sure what information was making its way to their mother. This created a kind of paranoia where the children had to assume everything they did might be observed and reported. They couldn't relax, couldn't be themselves, couldn't make mistakes without worrying that Victoria would find out and express her disappointment. It's the psychological state of being constantly watched, and it's exhausting and damaging. The emotional manipulation Victoria used was sophisticated. She'd alternate between expressions of love and criticism, between making demands and playing the victim. "I need you because I'm so sad about Albert," followed by, "You're disappointing me by not mourning appropriately," followed by, "I love you and miss you," followed by, "Why are you making my grief harder by being selfish?" The children were kept off balance, never quite sure which version of Victoria they'd get. This is textbook manipulative behaviour, keeping people uncertain and reactive so they're easier to control. If you never know whether your mother is going to be loving or critical, you become hypervigilant. constantly trying to predict her mood and adjust your behaviour accordingly. You lose the ability to just be yourself because you're always performing the version of yourself that you think will please her. The impact on the children's marriages was significant across the board. Bertie's marriage survived but was strained. He sought validation outside the marriage through affairs and social activities because he couldn't get it from his mother and probably needed more than Alexandra alone could provide given how damaged he was by Victoria's hatred. Helena's marriage was subordinated to her role as Victoria's assistant. Alice's marriage was complicated by her having to constantly return to England to help Victoria. Louise's marriage to the Marquis of Lorne in 1871 was complicated for different reasons. Lorne wasn't a prince, which was unusual, and gave Louise marginally more independence since she was marrying slightly outside the royal circle. But the marriage was reportedly unhappy. There are suggestions it may never have been consummated, that both parties may have had same-sex preferences but married for social acceptability. Whether that's true or not, it's clear the marriage didn't provide Louise with the escape or happiness she might have hoped for. Leopold's marriage in 1882 was happy, by accounts, but brief. He died less than 2 years later. Beatrice's marriage in 1885 was structured like Helena's, with the explicit understanding that she and her husband would live with Victoria, so Beatrice could continue her companion duties. Prince Henry, Beatrice's husband, was reportedly miserable with this arrangement. He'd married a woman, not a woman and her mother, but that's what he got. The children who married foreign royalty and moved abroad, like Vicky and Prussia, had the most physical distance from Victoria's control, but even they weren't entirely free. Victoria expected detailed letters, wanted to be consulted on major decisions, and expected visits back to England for memorial events and family obligations. The tentacles of her control extended across Europe through correspondence and family connections. Victoria justified all this control as caring about her children, wanting what was best for them, ensuring they maintained appropriate standards. But what she actually was doing was refusing to accept that her children were adults capable of making their own decisions. She infantilized them, treated them as if they needed her guidance and oversight permanently, used their devotion to Albert's memory as leverage to maintain control. The children couldn't call out this behaviour directly without being accused of disloyalty or insufficient love for their deceased father. It was the perfect manipulation. Any attempt to establish boundaries or push back against control could be reframed as disrespecting Albert's memory. Victoria had found a way to make resistance to her control seem morally wrong, which made it nearly impossible for her children to fight back effectively. The younger children who'd grown up in the kingdom of death internalized these patterns more completely than the older ones. Helena and Beatrice especially seemed to accept their roles as permanent assistants to Victoria, without much visible resistance. They'd been shaped by the system so thoroughly that they couldn't imagine anything different. Their sense of self was built around serving their mother's needs. Louise had more spirit, but was still ultimately trapped by financial dependence and social expectations. She could rebel in small ways: her art, her rumoured relationships, her choice of a non-royal husband, but she couldn't escape entirely. Leopold tried to establish some independence through education and eventually marriage, but died too young to fully break free. The contrast with how royal families in other countries handled adult children is striking. Other European monarchies had their share of dysfunction, obviously, but most didn't maintain such intensive surveillance and control over married adult children. There was an expectation that marriage meant establishing your own household and life, even if you still had family obligations. Victoria's level of involvement in her adult children's daily lives was unusual, even by royal standards. Part of this came from Victoria's personality. She'd always been controlling and emotionally volatile. But the intensity ramped up massively after Albert's death, because she'd lost the one person who could sometimes moderate her behaviour, and because she needed to maintain the grief cult, which required everyone's participation. The children couldn't be allowed to move on or be happy because that would undermine the entire system Victoria had built. The toll this took on Victoria's relationship with her children was enormous. Most of them maintained dutiful contact and fulfilled their obligations, but it's hard to imagine they felt much genuine warmth toward their mother. She was demanding, critical, invasive, controlling, not exactly traits that inspire affection. They loved her because she was their mother, but they probably didn't like her very much, and Victoria in turn didn't seem to realize what she was doing to her children. She genuinely believed she was being a good mother, was maintaining proper standards, was ensuring her children honoured their father's memory appropriately. The lack of self-awareness is remarkable. She couldn't see that her behaviour was abusive because in her mind, everything she did was justified by her grief and her role as queen. The surveillance state Victoria created within her own family is almost impressive in its thoroughness. She had information coming in from multiple sources, cross-referenced to verify accuracy, used to make decisions about how to respond to her children's behaviour. It was espionage-level information gathering applied to domestic family management, and it was wildly inappropriate. The children's spouses were caught in impossible positions. They'd married into the royal family expecting certain complications, but probably hadn't anticipated their lives being quite so thoroughly controlled by their mother-in-law. They had to navigate Victoria's expectations, support their spouses, manage their own households, and somehow maintain some semblance of normal married life despite constant surveillance and interference. The psychological term for what Victoria was doing is enmeshment, the inability to maintain appropriate boundaries between yourself and your children, treating them as extensions of yourself rather than separate individuals. Healthy families have boundaries, they respect privacy and autonomy, they allow adult children to make their own decisions and live their own lives. Victoria's family had none of that. The intergenerational impact of this dysfunction extended well beyond Victoria's immediate children. Her grandchildren grew up observing these patterns, learning that this was how families operated, potentially repeating similar behaviours in their own families. Dysfunction cascades across generations when it's not addressed and corrected. By the time Victoria died in 1901, some of her children had been living under her control for 60 years. 60 years of surveillance, criticism, demands and obligation. 60 years of having your life structured around meeting your mother's needs and participating in her grief cult. The relief they must have felt at her death, mixed with whatever genuine grief they had, must have been complicated indeed. The legacy of Victoria's control through marriage was damaged children who never fully developed autonomous adult identities, strained marriages that had to operate under surveillance, and a family system so dysfunctional that it took generations to begin to heal from it. All because Victoria couldn't accept that her children growing up and establishing independent lives was normal and healthy, not a betrayal of their dead father's memory. So here we are at the end of this story, and we need to talk about what all of this dysfunction actually cost. Not just in terms of immediate suffering, we've covered plenty of that, but in terms of long-term consequences. How did growing up under Victoria's toxic rule actually affect these 9 children as adults? What happened when they finally escaped, or tried to escape, or never escaped at all? And what price did the British monarchy ultimately pay for Victoria's decades-long grief-fueled control? Let's start with Bertie, because his story is perhaps the most visible and the most bittersweet. In 1901, after waiting for 60 years, Bertie finally became king at age 59, King Edward VII. The man his mother had spent 4 decades treating as incompetent and morally bankrupt was suddenly running the British Empire. And here's the interesting thing. He was actually pretty good at it. Bertie had spent his entire adult life being denied meaningful responsibility, which meant he hadn't been corrupted by bureaucratic thinking or trapped in outdated systems. He brought a fresh perspective, focused on diplomacy and international relations, and generally managed to modernise aspects of the monarchy that Victoria had kept frozen in time since 1861. He was popular too. The public loved him in a way they'd never quite loved Victoria, especially during her decades of grief-induced reclusiveness. Bertie was sociable, charming, visible, everything Victoria hadn't been. He threw open the palaces that Victoria had kept as shrines to Albert. He engaged with public life. He actually did the ceremonial parts of being monarch that Victoria had abandoned for 40 years. But, and this is crucial, he was deeply damaged. All those years of being told he was worthless, being blamed for his father's death, being excluded and criticised and hated by his own mother, had left permanent scars. Bertie sought validation constantly, needed to be liked, needed external approval to fill the void where maternal love should have been. His numerous affairs weren't just about physical pleasure. They were about finding people who would make him feel valued and wanted in ways his mother never had. He was also insecure in ways that manifested in his relationships and decision-making. Despite being king, despite being successful, despite being popular, Bertie never quite believed in himself because he'd spent 60 years being told he was inadequate. That kind of message, repeated from childhood through your entire adult life, becomes part of how you see yourself. You can rationally know it's not true, but emotionally you still hear your mother's voice telling you you're not good enough. Bertie's relationship with his own children was complicated by his trauma. He tried to be different from his parents, less harsh, less controlling. But he also struggled to know how to parent effectively because he'd never experienced healthy parenting himself. You can't just decide to be a good parent when you have no model for what that looks like. Some of the dysfunction inevitably carried over into the next generation. He died in 1910 at age 68, having been king for only 9 years. His reign was successful by most measures, but it was also heartbreakingly brief considering how long he'd waited for it. And even in those final years, he carried the trauma of his relationship with Victoria. He'd never gotten the apology he deserved, never gotten acknowledgement that his mother had been wrong about him, never gotten the maternal love that should have been his birthright. The tragedy of Bertie's life is that he proved Victoria wrong about everything. He was capable, he was effective as king, he wasn't the moral disaster she'd predicted, but she never lived to see it, or admit it. She died believing her firstborn son was a disappointment who'd killed his father, and Bertie had to live with knowing that's how his mother saw him until her very last breath. Vicky, the eldest daughter and Victoria's favourite, had her own complicated trajectory. She married into the Prussian royal family and eventually became German empress, though only briefly because her husband died of cancer just 99 days after becoming emperor. Vicky spent much of her adult life in Germany dealing with political intrigue, a difficult relationship with her son, the future Kaiser Wilhelm II, and eventually developing cancer herself. The cancer that killed Vicky was spinal, excruciatingly painful, and slow. She died in 1901, the same year as Victoria, after months of agony. Some historians have noted the sad irony that Victoria's favourite daughter, the one who most closely shared her mother's devotion to Albert, ended up suffering a death as prolonged and difficult as Albert's had been. Vicky's final years were marked by political isolation, physical pain, and the grief of watching her own son reject everything she believed in. The question is whether Vicky's difficulties stemmed partly from her upbringing. She'd been the golden child, the one Victoria approved of, but that came with its own pressure. She'd had to maintain perfection, live up to impossible standards, serve as the model for her siblings. Being the favourite in a dysfunctional family isn't actually a privilege. It's its own form of burden. Alice we've already discussed, dead at 35 of diphtheria, having spent her adult life torn between her own family in Germany and her duties to Victoria in England. Alice's fate shows the cost of being the responsible one, the child who tries to fix everything and ends up exhausted by the weight of other people's problems. She burned out trying to care for everyone else, and it literally killed her. The fact that Alice died on December 14th, 1878, exactly 17 years after Albert's death, struck Victoria as profoundly meaningful. She saw it as Alice being called to join her father on the anniversary of his death. The rest of us might see it as tragic coincidence, but Victoria interpreted it through her grief-warped worldview, where everything connected back to Albert. Alfred, the second son, had a reasonably successful military and royal career, but also dealt with personal tragedies. His only son died by suicide in 1899 at age 24, possibly after being involved in a scandalous affair. Alfred himself died the next year at age 55, reportedly from throat cancer, though some sources suggest alcoholism played a role. The pattern of early death and personal tragedy continued into the next generation. Helena we've covered. She lived to 77, which was impressive for the era, but spent essentially her entire life serving Victoria and then continuing those patterns after Victoria's death. She never had real independence, never established an identity separate from being Victoria's helper daughter. She was dutiful until the end, which is admirable in some ways, but also sad because you wonder what she might have been if she'd been allowed to be her own person. Louise is where things get really interesting and murky. Louise married the Marquess of Lorne in 1871, and by all accounts it was not a happy marriage. There are persistent rumours that the marriage was never consummated, that both parties may have preferred same-sex relationships but married for social acceptability. There are also rumours about Louise having affairs and possibly even having illegitimate children. The illegitimate children rumours are particularly fascinating because they're based on circumstantial evidence. Louise's long absences from public view at certain times, suggestions that children were born and given to other families to raise, various. bits of gossip from people connected to the royal household. Definitive proof doesn't exist, but the rumours have persisted for over a century, which suggests something was going on even if we don't know exactly what. Whether Louise had affairs and secret children or not, what's clear is that her marriage was a way to escape Victoria's household without actually finding happiness. She traded one form of dysfunction for another. Her later life was marked by depression, increasing deafness, and a general sense of unfulfilled potential. She was an accomplished artist and sculptor, but her personal life was apparently quite bleak. Louise lived until 1939, dying at age 91. That's a long life, but one wonders how much of it she actually enjoyed versus just endured. She'd grown up in the kingdom of death, married into an unhappy situation, and spent decades navigating family dysfunction and personal disappointments. The artistic talent that had been her escape in youth became less satisfying in old age when she was deaf and increasingly isolated. Arthur, the seventh child and third son, had a long military career and lived until 1942, dying at age 91. He seems to have been one of the more stable children, possibly because he spent much of his adult life away from Victoria in military service. Distance was protective. The children who could establish physical separation from Victoria generally did better than those who remained in her orbit. Arthur's relative stability supports the thesis that Victoria's control was the toxic element. When her children could escape that control, they had a better chance at relatively normal lives. When they couldn't escape or chose not to, they suffered ongoing dysfunction. Leopold's story is perhaps the saddest because it's so truncated. He died at 30 after falling and suffering fatal internal bleeding from his haemophilia. He'd only been married 2 years, had barely experienced adult independence, and then he was gone. His wife was pregnant when he died, giving birth to a daughter a few months later who would grow up never knowing her father. Leopold's brief adult life had been spent trying to escape Victoria's control. He went to Oxford, which gave him intellectual stimulation and some independence. He married for love, which gave him personal happiness. He was trying to build a life on his own terms. And then his body betrayed him, the haemophilia that Victoria had tried to protect him from by restricting his childhood, finally killing him just as he was achieving freedom. The irony is brutal. All of Victoria's control, all the restrictions on Leopold's activities, all the isolation and monitoring, none of it actually protected him. He died anyway, and he died having spent most of his life being miserable under his mother's thumb. The protection was illusory, but the suffering was real. Leopold's death also illustrates how Victoria's genes spread haemophilia throughout European royalty. Several of Victoria's daughters were carriers who passed the condition to their children. This became known as the royal disease, and it affected multiple European royal families across generations. Victoria's bloodline carried a genetic time bomb that would claim multiple lives in the decades to come. Then there's Beatrice, the baby, who lived the longest of all, dying in 1944 at age 87. But what was the quality of that long life? Beatrice had been designated from age 6 as Victoria's permanent companion. She served in that role until Victoria's death in 1901, and then she just kept going. She'd been so thoroughly programmed to serve her mother that even after Victoria died, Beatrice continued acting as if her mother's needs mattered most. Beatrice spent years after Victoria's death editing her mother's journals, selecting what should be preserved for history and destroying what she deemed inappropriate. This means that some of what we know about Victoria's life is filtered through Beatrice's editing, and some of what we might want to know was deliberately destroyed. Beatrice was protecting her mother's reputation and privacy, even decades after Victoria's death. This is what complete parental control looks like in its final form. A daughter who's so enmeshed with her mother that even after the mother dies, the daughter continues serving her interests. Beatrice had been robbed of her own identity so thoroughly that she didn't know how to exist except in relation to Victoria. Beatrice's husband, Prince Henry of Battenberg, died in 1896 of fever while on a military expedition to Africa. Some historians have suggested that Henry essentially fled to Africa to escape the misery of living under Victoria's roof, which would make his death a particularly dark consequence of Victoria's control. He'd been trapped in a household where his wife's first loyalty was to her mother, where he had no real authority or autonomy, and death in Africa apparently seemed preferable to continuing that existence. After Henry's death, Beatrice remained with Victoria for another 5 years, then lived another 43 years as a widow. That's a long time to be defined by your relationship to people who are dead. First she was Victoria's daughter companion, then she was Henry's widow, and through it all she never seemed to develop an independent identity as just Beatrice, her own person with her own desires and goals. The pattern across all 9 children is clear. Victoria's parenting damaged them all in various ways. Some died young, some had unhappy marriages, some struggled with depression or other mental health issues. Some led lives of service to their mother that cost them their own happiness. Some achieved success but carried deep psychological wounds. None of them escaped unscathed. The intergenerational trauma is also worth examining. Victoria's grandchildren grew up observing these dysfunctional patterns, and many of them repeated similar behaviours in their own families. Kaiser Wilhelm II, Vicky's son and Victoria's grandson, developed into an authoritarian, emotionally unstable ruler whose poor decisions contributed to World War I. That's obviously not entirely Victoria's fault, but growing up in a dysfunctional family system certainly didn't help his development. The haemophilia gene spread through multiple European royal families because several of Victoria's daughters were carriers. This led to affected princes in Spain, Russia, and other countries. In Russia, the haemophiliac heir to the throne contributed to the influence of Rasputin and ultimately to the fall of the Romanov dynasty. Again, not entirely Victoria's fault, but her genes literally helped reshape European history through blood disorder. The broader cost to the monarchy is harder to quantify, but real nonetheless. Victoria's decades of reclusiveness and grief-induced dysfunction damaged the institution's reputation and relevance. Republicans gained ground, questioning whether Britain needed a monarch who didn't actually do the job. When Bertie finally became king and revitalised the monarchy's public role, he was essentially cleaning up 40 years of damage his mother had done. The emotional cost to the family was incalculable. Relationships that should have been loving and supportive were instead characterised by control, surveillance, criticism, and dysfunction. The children should have had each other as allies and friends, but Victoria's manipulation created divisions and complicated their sibling bonds. They should have been able to rely on their mother for support, but instead she was a source of constant stress and pain. What's particularly tragic is that none of this had to happen. Albert's death was devastating, obviously, and Victoria's grief was genuine and understandable. But her response to that grief, the decades of mourning, the control over her children, the blame directed at Bertie, the creation of the grief cult, these were choices. Harmful choices that damaged everyone around her. If Victoria had processed her grief in healthier ways, if she'd gotten proper psychological help, if she'd been able to eventually move forward while honouring Albert's memory, her children could have had normal lives. They still would have grieved their father, but they wouldn't have been trapped in the kingdom of death for decades. They could have developed into healthy adults with their own identities and relationships. The fact that Victoria lived so long, until age 81, meant that her control extended across decades. Some of her children spent their entire lives under her thumb. They never knew what it was like to be adults without their mother monitoring and criticising them. They went from being controlled children to being controlled adults to being elderly people still carrying the trauma of a lifetime of maternal dysfunction. There's a particular cruelty in how Victoria's obsession with Albert ended up hurting the children they'd created together. Albert had loved his children, despite his rigid and misguided parenting methods. He'd wanted them to succeed and be happy, even if his ideas about how to achieve that were flawed. Victoria's treatment of their children after his death was essentially a betrayal of Albert's hopes for them, though she could never see it that way. Victoria died in January 1901, surrounded by her children and grandchildren, at Osborne House on the Isle of Wight. She'd reigned for 63 years, longer than any British monarch before her. She'd been one of the most powerful women in the world, ruling an empire that spanned the globe, and she'd used that power, at least within her own family, to create a system of control and dysfunction that damaged everyone it touched. Her funeral was elaborate and respectful, with all the pomp and ceremony appropriate for a long-reigning monarch. But beneath the public mourning and historical significance, there was likely relief among her children. Finally, the surveillance would end. Finally, they could make their own choices without fear of maternal disapproval. Finally, after decades, they were free. Except, of course, they weren't really free. The patterns Victoria had established were too deeply ingrained. The trauma was too profound. You can't undo 60 years of dysfunction just because the person who caused it dies. The children carried those wounds with them for the rest of their lives, and some of them passed them on to their own children, continuing the cycle. The price the dynasty paid for Victoria's grief and control is written in the fates of her children and grandchildren. Early deaths, unhappy marriages, mental health struggles, scandal, dysfunction rippling through generations. The British royal family's 20th century history of complicated relationships and personal struggles has roots in Victoria's 19th century inability to cope with loss in a healthy way. There's a broader lesson here about how family dysfunction works. Victoria's behaviour wasn't just about her grief or her love for Albert. It was about control, about inability to accept loss, about projecting her own pain onto others, about using relationships to meet her needs regardless of the cost to other people. These patterns exist in families everywhere, not just royal ones. The specifics are different when you're not the Queen of England, but the underlying dynamics are familiar. The children of controlling, emotionally manipulative parents often struggle with similar issues regardless of their social class or historical period. They have trouble establishing boundaries. They seek validation externally because they never received it from their parents. They repeat dysfunctional patterns in their own relationships. They carry trauma that affects their mental health and life choices. Victoria's children were just a very visible, very well-documented example of these universal patterns. In the end, what Victoria created wasn't a memorial to Albert. It was a monument to grief gone wrong, to love become obsession, to control masquerading as care. The kingdom of death she built didn't honour her late husband's memory so much as it hurt his surviving children. Albert had wanted to raise capable, moral, successful children. Victoria's actions after his death ensured that most of them struggled to be any of those things. The irony is that the children Victoria damaged most, particularly Bertie, were the ones who proved most resilient and capable once freed from her control. Bertie became a successful king despite decades of being told he was worthless. Louise created meaningful art despite being denied normal adolescence and ending up in an unhappy marriage. Leopold pursued education and love in his brief time of freedom. They survived and sometimes even thrived, but imagine what they might have been if they hadn't had to spend so much energy just surviving their mother. This story doesn't have a neat resolution because generational trauma rarely does. The effects of Victoria's behaviour continued long after her death, spreading through the royal family tree, influencing decisions and relationships and outcomes across decades. Some of her descendants managed to break the cycle and create healthier family dynamics. Others repeated the patterns. The legacy is mixed and complicated, like most family legacies. What we can say definitively is this: Victoria's grief, while understandable, became toxic when she refused to process it healthily and instead built a system of control that trapped her children. Her inability to accept Albert's death and move forward cost her children their childhoods, their autonomy, and in some cases their lives. The price of her obsession with her dead husband was paid by the living, who deserved better than to be sacrificed to their mother's unprocessed trauma. And maybe that's the real lesson here. Grief is inevitable, but how we handle it is a choice. Victoria chose to let her grief consume her and everyone around her. She chose to build a cult rather than seek healing. She chose control over connection, surveillance over trust, eternal mourning over moving forward. And those choices had consequences that echoed through generations. So if you're still awake at this point, having followed this story through decades of royal family dysfunction, I hope you've gotten something out of it beyond just historical gossip. Maybe you've recognised some of these patterns in your own family, or in families you know. Maybe you've thought about how trauma gets transmitted across generations if it's not addressed. Maybe you've just been entertained by the spectacle of one of history's most famous families being absolutely terrible to each other for 40 years. Whatever you take from this story, remember that beneath all the royal titles and historical significance, these were real people dealing with real grief and causing real pain. They just happened to do it with servants and palaces and the British Empire as the backdrop. But the fundamental dynamics, love and loss, control and rebellion, trauma and resilience, those are universal human experiences. The Victorian era ended, but the effects of Victoria's parenting choices continued long after. The monarchy survived and adapted. The children who survived grew old carrying their wounds. And somewhere in all of that, there are lessons about what happens when we let our pain define our relationships, when we choose control over healing, when we sacrifice our children's well-being to our own emotional needs. Thanks for staying with me through this long, dark journey into one family's spectacular dysfunction. I hope you found it as fascinating as I did, even if parts were uncomfortable or sad. History isn't always pretty, families aren't always healthy, and sometimes the people with the most power and privilege are the ones who cause the most damage to the people they're supposed to love. Good night, everyone. Sweet dreams. And maybe take a moment to appreciate if your own family, whatever its flaws, isn't quite as dysfunctional as the Victorian royal household turned out to be. That's a low bar, but hey, we all need something to feel good about before we drift off to sleep.